Chapter 2030. P.S. Thank you to Support Fatbread and Loaded into the Sky for their precious monthly votes. P.S. What do you think if I suddenly ended it and went to open a new book? Boom! Energy erupted, stirring up a turbulent airflow that filled the entire dream space like a hurricane. All that's left is the god of sleep. Standing in the turbulent airflow and enduring the impact of the energy, Seito whispered, I hope the god of sleep of this world is not as strong as the legends say. In the legends, the god of sleep was of the same generation as Zeus, but his divine power was stronger than Zeus and most of the third-generation gods. The sleeping ability he mastered was not only effective on humans, but it was also effective on gods. For the god of sleep, who mastered the strange rules of sleep, Seito really had no confidence that he could withstand it. If it were not for the fact that he felt that the opportunity now was relatively rare, he would have given up on finding trouble with Hypnos. Of course, the idea of giving up was just a thought. After all, since he had already sealed the god of death and participated in this holy war as an assistant, there was no way out. If he still had such thoughts in his heart, it would only make him less decisive in battle, which was not beneficial to himself. Therefore, Seito simply used the intellectual sword to cut off all distracting thoughts, allowing his heart to become as clear as glass again without any flaws. Then, Seito raised one hand and slashed at the border of the dream space. In the bright white light, a huge crescent-shaped sword light immediately slashed at the border of the dream space. With a boom, fine cracks immediately appeared on the border of the dream space and slowly spread. Then, Seito moved his arm again and slashed at the cracked border of the dream space again. Boom! Crackle, in the crisp sound, the border of the dream space shattered like glass, allowing the light of the outside world to shine in. Suddenly, Seito moved and flew out of the dream space, returning to the real world. Hypnos, are you still not ready to come out? Seito, who was suspended in midair, said softly. His voice was soft. However, the voice was extremely penetrative. It was clearly transmitted into Hades' castle and echoed throughout the entire castle. In the next moment, ripples appeared in the void, and a handsome young man with golden hair appeared. He was clad in gorgeous black armor and had a hollow pentagram on his forehead. It was none other than the god of sleep, Hypnos. Humans really are interesting, Hypnos said calmly. To be able to do this, I'm really impressed. Seito chuckled. He didn't say anything. However, this is the end. As someone who has surpassed the limits, your life is destined to come to an end here, as a great sinner who has defied the gods. Hypnos said. Unfortunately, I haven't lived long enough, so the ending you spoke of is destined to never come true. Seito grinned. He said softly. Did his confidence swell after successfully sealing Danados and defeating the 4 dream gods? Hypnos said softly. No. This is my confidence in myself. Seito retorted. Very interesting. I'm often attracted by the many thoughts you humans have in your hearts. Dreams are like that, emotions are like that, arts are like that, flaws are like that, weakness is like that. Weakness. And the foolishness of defying even the gods. A smile appeared on Hypnos' face as he said slowly. All right. Let me see that so-called confidence of yours. If you're bored, then go to sleep. Seito raised his black blade and gently stroked the blade with his left hand as he said slowly, The arrogance of the gods. If that's the case, then open your eyes wide and watch carefully. The moment he finished speaking, Seito's figure suddenly appeared behind Hypnos, and he swung his arm at Hypnos' neck. Whoosh, the long blade swung, and Hypnos' body was immediately split into 2. Seito, who did not feel the tangible sensation of the blade connecting with flesh and bone, narrowed his eyes slightly. The 2 halves of Hypnos' body slowly disappeared like a mirage. Immediately afterward, the space suddenly changed, and the clear blue sky turned into a pitch-black cosmic space. A huge meteorite with a long reddish-yellow flame and a sense of oppression hurtled toward Sei-Ito. This is fantasy manifestation? Sei-Ito narrowed his eyes as he looked up at the falling meteorite. Then, he swung his blade and slashed out a huge blade of air. It instantly cut through the middle of the meteorite, splitting it into two halves. It brushed past his body and slid down rapidly from the left and right. Sei-Ito turned around and looked at Hypnos, who had not changed his posture not far away. Alien exile. Everything I fantasize about will become reality. Hypnos laughed evilly. Alien exile. In other words, this ability should have a range of effects, right? Sei-Ito asked faintly. So what if it does? Hypnos asked back. Then I'll destroy it, Sei-Ito said loudly. In an instant, an extremely condensed power erupted from Sei-Ito's body. In the air, a huge sword-shaped illusion was formed. It emitted a piercingly cold and sharp sword chi, cutting fine black cracks in the surrounding space. Then, Sei-Ito waved his right arm and slashed at Hypnos with the celestial clouds in his hand and the illusory sword behind him that was influenced by his spiritual will. The sword light was like a curtain, cutting a huge and terrifying crack in the space between heaven and earth. As the attacker, Hypnos' eyes narrowed. He stirred his little universe to gather an extremely pure and powerful force in his hands, and raised it high to meet the longsword that cut through the air. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and a shock wave visible to the naked eye pushed the air in all directions like a violent storm and tsunami. It swept out a circular, cloudless sky and destroyed the forest on the ground below, creating a huge semicircular crater. Then, the light dissipated, revealing Sei-Ito, whose face was slightly pale, and Hypnos, whose armor was full of cracks, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and brows furrowed. The two of them faced each other in the sky with a few meters between them. As expected of the legendary god of sleep, Hypnos, who possesses great divine power, Sei-Ito, whose face had regained its rosy color, exclaimed in admiration. Your performance also exceeded my expectations, Hypnos said faintly. I have to say you did very well. Should I be honored? Sei-Ito chuckled. You should indeed be honored and feel grateful in your heart because of the next attack. I will use my most powerful esoteric skill to bestow you with eternal end. Hypnos, who ignored the sarcasm in Sei-Ito's words, said faintly. Hearing this, Sei-Ito narrowed his eyes and restrained the expression on his face. He was extremely careful in his heart. This was because he only knew of one esoteric skill of Hypnos, which was the divine power that could be bestowed upon humans, and he did not know if it was also effective on gods in this world, eternal sleep. At this time, Hypnos slowly raised his right hand, and his entire body burned with purple flames of inhuman quality. Suddenly, he pointed his palm at Sei-Ito. Fall into that eternal sleep. In an instant, a purple mist of light enveloped Sei-Ito. It's over. Hypnos lowered his arm and looked indifferently at Sei-Ito, whose eyes were closed and who was falling to the ground, and said faintly. But in the next moment, Hypnos' expression changed abruptly. With a soft poof, a piece of wood replaced Sei-Ito's body in midair. It fell straight to the ground below. Then, Sei-Ito's slightly relieved voice sounded behind Hypnos. So your greatest esoteric skill is traceable. I thought it was the same as Donatos's invisible force, invisible and formless. You made me so nervous. Hypnos turned around abruptly and looked at Sei-Ito, who appeared behind him, but what greeted him was a bright and sharp blade light. Then there was a muffled poof. Hypnos' body slowly split down the middle with a look of shock on his face. In the next moment, the void trembled, and the huge, illusory figure of Hypnos appeared in the sky. However, before he could open his mouth to say anything, a strong suction force suddenly burst out, sucking Hypnos' soul body towards Sei-Ito. In Ito-Sei's hands, there was a small silver-white box that looked similar to a music box. On the surface of the box, there was a note written in dark red ink with the name of Athena written in Greek on it. The box was slightly opened. A golden aura full of holiness bloomed from the box, and the strong suction force that pulled Hypnos was generated from the crack. It seems that I'm not qualified to laugh at you, Danados. Hypnos, whose body was twisted as he flew into the holy cabinet, said in a low voice. Then, his whole body was completely submerged into the holy cabinet. Seeing this, Seito did not hesitate. He immediately closed the lid with a snap and resealed Athena's amulet. Seito, who had put away the holy cabinet that sealed the twin gods, the god of sleep and the god of death, turned his head and said, "Fugue, only Hades is left." He looked at Hades' castle not far away and whispered to himself, "It's just that for Hades, Ito-Sation doesn't have much confidence in sealing it. After all, as the lord of the underworld, the legendary lord god, Hades was different from the twin gods, the god of sleep and the god of death. Although the god of death was powerful, he was either restrained by Seito's power, or he did not have many attack methods. Moreover, his personality did not like to kill, so he would more or less go easy on him in battle, allowing Seito to take advantage of him. The former was truly cruel, tyrannical, cold, and calm. Moreover, in the world of Saint Seiya, Hades, the Lord God, had the ability similar to the Creator God. The underworld and the pure land of bliss used to store his and the twin gods' divine bodies were created by Hades with his own divine power. Although there were also existences like small universes that had the ultimate power to create universes, there was no doubt about Hades' strength. Therefore, according to Seito's estimation, even if the complete Hades was not a lord god like the Hades of the main world, that is, an existence above the zenith heaven golden immortal, he was definitely many times stronger than him, a mere true immortal who was only one step away from the golden immortal realm. But fortunately, this Hades was not in his complete state and was only in his divine body. Although the aura of power that he displayed when he first awakened still made Seito's heart palpitate, it was not completely impossible to contend with him. In addition, the attributes of the two of them in terms of clergy, authority, and strength were overlapping. It was not impossible to use this world's Hades to seal him in his divine body. But before that, I should return to the Holy Realm to look for Athena to understand the Hades of this era. After a while, Seito withdrew his gaze, turned around, and teleported away from Hades' castle, leaving only a faint lingering sound in the air. Poof! In the explosion of smoke, Seito's figure appeared on a cliff not far from Hades' castle. Then, he walked to the imprisoned Pandora's side and grabbed her arm without any explanation. Activating his spatial ability, he brought Pandora with him and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Seito and Pandora's figures suddenly appeared in an incomparably spacious stone room in the lower level of the shrine of Athena in the Holy Realm. Seito turned his gaze slightly and looked at the gold Saint Seiya, who was sitting on a stone bed at the innermost end of the stone room. He was wearing a golden Sagittarius gold robe, with his eyes closed and holding a golden bow in his hand. Seito then looked at Athena, who was standing beside the Pope, and said with a smile, "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. The twin gods have been sealed by me." After saying that, Seito took out the sacred cabinet that sealed the twin gods and held it in his palm. "Really?" The Pope's voice was full of shock. "Of course." Seito closed his palm and put away the sacred cabinet that sealed the twin gods. He said calmly, "I don't need to lie to you about this. After all, you can find out if I'm telling the truth after a little investigation." "Phew, that's great. This is equivalent to opening up a path to directly face Hades." The Pope let out a long sigh, suppressed the emotions in his heart, and turned to look at Athena excitedly. "Yes," Athena said softly. "Lady Athena, please give the order to launch a crusade against Hades." The Pope suddenly knelt on one knee and respectfully requested. This. Athena heard this and could not help but hesitate. Athena, this is a rare opportunity. Let us end this holy war as soon as possible and return peace to the land, the Pope said loudly. I understand. Psyche, issue the order to mobilize the Saint Seiya. After a moment of silence, Athena's expression suddenly changed and she gave the order in a very imposing manner. Yes. The Pope lowered his head and replied. Thank you very much. If it weren't for your help, I believe this opportunity wouldn't have appeared so quickly. Athena looked up at Seito and said softly. It's nothing. After all, sealing them is also beneficial to me. Seito smiled indifferently. Then he changed the topic and smiled ambiguously. But if you really want to thank me, how about giving me another blessing? Chapter 2031. The word blessing was emphasized by Seito. Even the simple-minded Athena could not help but think of something. Her cheeks turned red as she glared at Seito angrily. Seeing Athena like this, Pope Seth looked at Seito thoughtfully. Forget it, let's stop joking around. Seito waved his hand and smiled. Then, he restrained his expression and said, Originally, after sealing the Gemini gods, I planned to seal Hades as well. However, I suddenly remembered that I don't know much about him. So, I had to give up on this plan and come back to ask you about some things. Athena and the Pope looked at each other. They kind of understood what Seito meant. What do you want to know? The Pope asked. A lot. For example, the attributes of Hades' power, the shape of his power, the strength of his power, his favorite fighting style, his weaknesses, and some legends about him. In short, all the information about Hades. Itose looked at the Pope and Athena and said in a deep voice. Even the Pope Seth did not know much about the things Seito mentioned. He had no choice but to look at Athena next to him and called out softly, Lady Athena. Seth, you go and give the order. I'll answer the questions. Athena said softly. Yes, Lady Athena. The Pope replied and immediately left the room. Big brother. Hades. After the Pope left, Athena, who was silent for a while, began to tell Rode everything about Hades. At the same time, in front of the stargazing tower in the sanctuary, the Pope began his mobilization. Did you hear that? Warriors of the sanctuary, I'm commanding everyone as the Pope. The Pope slightly encouraged his little universe to amplify his voice so that it could be heard throughout the sanctuary. The time for the final battle has finally arrived. The 2 layers of enchantments surrounding the city of Hades had been broken, and the enemy's stronghold was exposed. Even though this sounded a little inconceivable, it came too quickly. But that's the truth. The opportunity to end the holy war is right in front of us. Although Jabaphica of Pisces and Asimida of Virgo sacrificed themselves in the process, and Sisyphus of Sagittarius is still slumbering under the power of Hades, the god of the underworld, do not be afraid. Our strength lies in the small universe, and this is the strength of faith. For Athena, for the land, for our comrades, and for the next generation. Let's march. After a short pause, cheers resounded throughout the entire sanctuary. Long live Lady Athena! Long live Pope Psyche! After that, all the Saint Seiyas in the sanctum began to move towards the grand arena in the center of the sanctum. What a bunch of adorable fellows! This passion is like being together with comrades from 200 years ago. At this moment, a new voice rang in the Pope's ears. That's right. How nostalgic! The Pope sighed. Then, he turned around and looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was none other than Elder Gamel, who was wrapped in a white robe. By Li. Since you've issued such an order, does that mean that person has succeeded? The elder who had his hands in his sleeves said. Yes, he has succeeded. He has single-handedly completed the long-cherished wish that we've held on to for more than 200 years. The Pope replied, Now that I think about it, it's still so unbelievable. That's right. The long-cherished wish of more than 200 years has disappeared just like that. For a moment, it really feels a little empty. The elder sighed in agreement. What do you think about him? After a pause, the elder asked. Mysterious and powerful. I really don't know if such an existence is a disaster or a blessing for this era. The Pope turned around again and looked down at the entire sanctuary. But for now, for this holy war, his existence is an advantageous factor. The elder smiled. I hope so. The Pope said calmly. What's wrong? The elder was puzzled. Pope Seki did not answer. He silently looked at everything before him. In other words, Hades's weakness might be sunlight? In the stone house where Sisyphus was, Seito raised his eyebrows after listening to Athena's introduction of Hades for a long time. It should be. Athena's tone was also a little uncertain. It's really hard to believe. The weakness of Hades, who has existed longer than the universe, is actually the light emitted by the sun. It's ridiculous just thinking about it. Seito shook his head helplessly. Alright, let's not talk about Hades. Athena, since there's no one else here. Don't you think you should give me that blessing of gratitude? Then, Seito looked at Athena and chuckled. I didn't promise to give you any blessing of gratitude. That's your wild imagination. It has nothing to do with me. Athena's face turned red. She said forcefully, How can you do this? Athena, are you going to ignore my hard work just like that? Seito shouted exaggeratedly. I can give you other blessings, Athena said cowardly. Oh. Itosei's face showed a look of interest. I can help you add my power to certain things. It'll give you a better advantage in the battle against the underworld gladiator, Athena said. Not interested. Seito pouted in disappointment. Moreover, his straightforward manner made Athena's expression freeze. She did not know what to say. Forget it. I'll just do what I did before we set off and get my reward myself, Seito said. After saying that, without waiting for Athena to react, he immediately went forward and pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed Athena's lip. He skillfully stuck his tongue into Athena's mouth and entangled it with hers. Ugh! Athena, who was suddenly attacked again, opened her eyes wide. She subconsciously let out a low moan from her throat. At the side, Pandora, who had been listening to Seito and Athena's conversation without saying a word since they returned, widened her eyes in disbelief. She raised her hand to cover her mouth as she looked at the two people who were stuck together. She was speechless. After a while, Seito let go of Athena and returned to Pandora's side. He smiled proudly and said, As expected, I like this kind of blessing the most. You. Athena blushed. Her chest heaved up and down as she glared at Seito. She looked like she wanted to beat him up. Of course, if this Athena really had the combat strength of Athena in the Godslayer world, he believed that she would definitely not hesitate and decisively turn her thoughts into actions. All right, I won't disturb you from preparing for the holy battle. Goodbye. Seito reached out and grabbed the hand of the stunned Pandora. He chuckled and activated teleportation, disappearing from the stone room where Sisyphus was and appearing in Athena's temple with Pandora. You. Pandora, who had only just recovered from her shock, looked at him with her mouth agape. What? You want it too? Alright, then I'll let you have a try. Seito said with a look of helplessness. Then, without waiting for Pandora's response, he pulled her into his arms and lowered his head to kiss her lips. He stuck out his tongue and went straight into her mouth, chasing after Pandora's tender tongue. Ugh! Pandora instinctively opened her eyes wider and let out a low moan. Then, Pandora's little universe erupted, transforming into dozens of pitch-black snakes that wrapped around Seito's legs and released powerful lightning bolts at Seito. This was the ultimate skill that Pandora had mastered, noble venom. This little bit of power can't hurt me. Although Sei Ito let go of Pandora's mouth, he still held her in his arms and let the purple lightning bolts that Pandora created roam around his body. He lowered his head to look straight into Pandora's eyes and whispered with a smile. Then, his body trembled. Under the impact of a force, the lightning bolts on his body immediately exploded, turning into countless tiny sparks that melted into the air. "You." Pandora looked shocked and angry as she said angrily. "You'll be free soon. Instead of being angry at me here, you should think about how you're going to live your life in the future." Sei Ito put his right hand on Pandora's cheek and gently stroked it while whispering with a smile, "After all, I won't be like the gods, arranging your future life for you." After saying that, he gently pinched Pandora's cheek and let go of her. Then, he activated instant transmission and instantly disappeared from her sight. The next moment, in a stone house in the Holy Realm, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared. "Who?" A female voice shouted in a low voice. "It's me," Sei Ito said with a smile. "Okay." Her legs, arms, chest, and long golden ponytail fluttering behind her head were covered with a beautiful armor that flickered with a silvery white luster. Moreover, she wore an iron mask on her face and called out to Zhang Che. Then, the woman raised her right hand, pinched the sides of the mask on her face, and gently removed it, revealing the face under the mask. It was the female Gamir warrior, Rang Ye. "You succeeded?" Rang Ye asked with some hesitation. "Yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the face to see you." Sei Ito knew what Rang Ye was asking, and admitted with a smile. Rang Ye's aura stagnated, and she fell silent. Sei Ito didn't say anything else. He slowly walked to Rang Ye, then reached out his hands and gently cupped her cheeks. During this process, Rang Ye didn't stop him except for a slight flicker in her eyes. Then, she closed her eyes and didn't look at Sei Ito, who lowered his head. Rang Ye. However, the moment Sei Ito's lips touched Rang Ye's lips, the familiar shout of Jehovah came from outside the stone house. Shocked, Rang Ye quickly pushed Sei Ito away from her. The moment Sei Ito was pushed away, Jehovah, who was wearing the unicorn constellation saint robe, ran into the stone house. Chapter 2032. Okay? Why are you here? Seeing Sei Ito appear in Rang Ye's stone room, Yiren was stunned. "Why can't I be here?" Ito Sei's tone was full of dissatisfaction. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. He was clearly about to kiss her, and he could even feel the soft touch of her lip. However, he was interrupted at the last moment. No one would feel good if this happened to him. Yiren was speechless. "What's the matter, Yiren?" Rang Ye's heart was beating fast, and she asked, resolving Yiren's dilemma. "Oh, by the way, the team has almost gathered and is about to set off. Let's hurry up." Yiren, who came back to his senses, quickly said, "Okay." Rang Ye agreed, then looked at Sei Ito and put the mask back on her face. Sei Ito curled his lips and did not speak. "Let's go," Rang Ye said as she walked out of the stone house. "Oh, okay," Yiren responded. But just as he was about to leave the stone house, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Sei Ito in confusion. "Aren't you going?" "I have other tasks," Sei Ito said lightly. "Then we'll go first, see you later," Yiren said with a confused look. After that, he ran out of the stone house and rushed to the grand arena in the center of the sanctuary with Rang Ye. "Be careful." At this time, Sei Ito's voice sounded in Rang Ye's ears. Rang Ye turned her head and looked in the direction of the stone house. Sei Ito, who was supposed to be in the house, appeared at the door of the stone house, quietly looking at them. Then, his silhouette flashed and disappeared from her line of sight. "What are you looking at?" Yiren, who noticed Rang Ye's situation, turned his head and looked at the empty stone house behind him, puzzled. "Nothing." Rang Ye retracted her gaze and said lightly. Yiren scratched his head and did not say anything. He quickened his pace and rushed towards the grand arena. A moment later, Yiren and Rang Ye arrived at the grand arena. At this moment, the entire empty grand arena was filled with people. Hundreds of Sanctuary Realm warriors had gathered in the arena according to their ranks. They were all staring at the 10 gold saints in the center, who were clad in gold robes and had sparkling eyes under the sunlight. "It's time." Didier, who was seated horizontally, stepped forward and stood in front of the other gold saints. Looking at the many silver and bronze saints in the grand arena, the soldiers shouted, "From now on, we will attack Hades City with all our might. The enemy is in Italy, everyone get ready." Obviously, before Sisyphus awakened, Didier, as the wisest person in the sanctum, became the acting commander of the sanctum's army. He commanded the sanctum's army when the Pope could not leave the sanctum easily. "But how are we going to march to Italy with so many people?" Tiger Cub asked. "Tiger Cub, don't worry." Didier comforted him, then turned his head and looked to the side. He was wearing a cotton shirt, had short hair, and had a pair of eyebrows like Rangyi, the elder, the Pope, and Shirong. The boy, who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old, said, "Atra, come here. This child has a very powerful superpower. He is the secret weapon that Lord Bailey brought," Didier introduced to everyone. "A child." Tiger Cub was stunned. Things like moving an army are easy for him. Ignoring Tiger Cub's surprise, Didier continued. The latter did not say anything. He simply extended his hands and brewed a cluster of blue energy that looked like a cosmic nebula and also like rapidly revolving ions at the center of his palms. He allowed it to expand and cover the entire grand arena. It engulfed everyone in the arena. Then, in the next moment, the blue light exploded and turned into a sky full of light fragments that melted into the air. But at this time, the Sanctum Saint Seiya's no longer saw the familiar Sanctum Grand Arena. Instead, they saw a barren land with a towering cliff in front of them. There was a luxurious house on the cliff that emitted a strong ominous aura from time to time. That was the target of their crusade, Hades City. There is another barrier protecting Hades City. If we break in, we will only be able to use 1/10 of our normal strength. Didier said loudly, "But Hades is in the depths of the barrier. From here onward, it will be a nearly hopeless battlefield. Everyone, get ready. We must not let our fallen compatriots die in vain." Of course. At this point, the barrier is nothing. When we think of our fallen compatriot, there is only one thing we need to do. Tiger Cub said in a sonorous voice. The other Saint Seiyas heard this and responded loudly with their blood boiling. But just as they were about to rush to the cliff, Didier's voice sounded again. "Wait." The Saint Seiyas were stunned and turned their heads to look at Didier with puzzled expressions. "Don't panic. Everyone, get to your positions. Then stand by," Didier said loudly. "Wait for the right time. This is the order of the Pope." Hearing that this was the order of the Pope, the Saint Seiyas who were ready to go all out immediately calmed down. They retreated to their original positions and waited patiently for the so-called right time. At the same time, above the cliff. "Look over there, there are a lot of Saint Seiyas gathered below." A group of underworld Seiyas who could be seen from the style of their armor pointed at the place where the Saint Seiyas gathered below. "A bunch of fools. Do you think you can beat us with numbers here?" Another underworld Seiyas sneered. "Hey." Then, another underworld Seiyas said to the people beside him in an extremely surprised tone, "Someone is climbing up." On the rocky cliff, a figure wearing a white hooded robe quickly climbed up the cliff with a vigorous posture and stood in front of the underworld Seiyas. "So many of you came just to deal with me alone." The person who came whispered to himself in a relaxed tone. "Who are you? A Saint Seiyas? What are you doing here alone?" The underworld Seiyas questioned. "Say something, you bastard." The underworld Seiyas who did not get an answer after asking 2 questions in a row had a change of expression. He questioned loudly with impatience while waving the weapon in his hand to whip the person. The person who came dodged the attack nimbly. He raised his hand and took off the robe covering his body, revealing his true appearance. The person who came was none other than the elder of the Jamil family, Bailey. Although his long-cherished enemies, the god of death, Donatus, and the god of sleep, Hypnos, had been sealed by Idose, as a warrior of the older generation of the Sanctum, he still wanted to help the new generation to survive. Hence, he decided to come to the city of Hades to help the army destroy the last barrier, the barrier of Hades. This was also the reason why he appeared here. An old man? You're underestimating us. It doesn't matter. Kill him. The underworld Sayas clamored. Really, you guys don't respect the elderly. Who is the one underestimating who? As soon as he finished speaking, Bailey punched the underworld Sayas in front of him in the face, causing the underworld Sayas to bleed and his teeth to fly everywhere. His body was sent flying as if he was hit by a sledgehammer. Then, he stretched his left arm forward and hooked the neck of a underworld Sayas. With a forceful twist, the underworld Sayas broke the underworld Sayas' neck. After that, he leaped up and kicked the underworld Sayas to send the underworld Sayas flying. What? The quality of the underworld king's army is not as good as before, Bailey said in a tone that said, "You guys are so weak." Then, he raised his head and looked at the gate of Hades city in front of him. He continued, "But the enemy's base will not be so smooth. The best part is yet to come." After saying that, he strode into the city of Hades without hesitation. Hey, there are so many people. After entering the hall of the castle, Bailey looked at the many underworld Sayas blocking his path and laughed. I think you guys should have more backbone than those fellows outside. How dare you barge into Hades' castle alone? You must be tired of living. A underworld Sayas who seemed to be the leader sneered. Go kill him. Immediately, the underworld Sayas around him moved and rushed toward Bailey, who was carrying a single sword. Bailey chuckled. Instead of retreating, he advanced and rushed into the group of underworld Sayas. He swung his fists and legs, spun his body, and swept his legs. With his powerful martial arts skills, he sent the underworld Sayas in front of him flying. In just a few moments, Bailey's surroundings were empty. You guys don't want me to go any deeper? Bailey asked softly as he looked at the underworld Sayas, who were still blocking in front of him with fear on their faces. This old man. Is the barrier of Hades city useless against him? Why? The leader of the underworld Sayas was puzzled. Is that so? But I feel more relaxed than usual, Bailey said with a mocking smile. Damn old man. Seeing the expression on Bailey's face, the surrounding underworld Sayas were enraged. They rushed forward again and attacked Bailey. Bailey's face turned ferocious as if he was an evil spirit that had crawled out from hell. His body burned with bright white flames as he attacked mercilessly. Almost every time he attacked, underworld Sayas would be sent flying. They crashed into the surrounding decorations and formations and lost all their ability to fight. How can he be so strong? The leader of the underworld Sayas said in disbelief. Those who only know how to talk. If you want to stop me from moving forward, then you must have a greater awareness than I do. After sending the last underworld Sayas flying, Bailey shook his arms and took off the robe he was wearing. His strong muscles were not like those of an old man. He shouted at the remaining underworld Sayas in high spirits, "Then appear in front of me again." Chapter 2033. P.S. Thanks to Gundam 0080 and 5200, 5200, 5200 for their precious monthly vote. In the depths of Hades City, in a room full of colorful oil paintings, Aaron, who had transformed into Hades, was holding an oil brush and drawing something on an oil canvas. You sure are calm. Aren't you going to stop him? Just then, a voice sounded out of nowhere in the room. So what if he destroyed the barrier? They're just a bunch of mortals. Do they think they can defeat a god? Aaron said without turning his head. You, on the other hand, are finally going to sell yourself to me? You're the one who calls yourself a foreign god. Ah yes, for love and justice, Seito joked as he walked out from the darkness. Love and justice? What a ridiculous reason. Aaron turned his head and sneered at Seito from the corner of his eye. What about you? Are you going to fight me like this? Seito said softly. It's enough to deal with you, Aaron said calmly. Almost as soon as Alan finished speaking, a strange energy ripple suddenly spread out, causing the aura of the entire Hades city to change. Looks like he succeeded, Seito said with a smile. Then, his expression became serious and he continued, the war to decide the ownership of the land is about to begin. So, in order to complete the eternal redemption of the humans on the ground as soon as possible, you should disappear completely now. Aaron turned around and looked at Seito with a cold expression and said calmly. Unfortunately, you don't have that ability now, Seito said softly with a smile. His expression changed as he waved his hand and shot out a blue electric light. The electric light was like a dragon, and it instantly flew in front of Aaron. What a beautiful color, but it's not the color I want. Aaron waved his right arm as he spoke, and the electric light that flew in front of him quickly went around him and reflected back to Seito from the other side. Whether it was the color of the electric light or the energy it emitted, it was much more profound and powerful than when Seito shot it. Seito pointed his right index finger forward, and the dark purple electric light that flew back immediately stopped as if a pause button had been pressed. Then, with a flick of his finger, it exploded with a bang and turned into fine electric light that quickly melted into the air. Oh! Alan exclaimed softly. He raised his right arm and swung down the oil painting brush in his hand. A long black light suddenly appeared in front of Seito like a real blade and hit him in the chest. In an instant, with a muffled bang, Seito's body suddenly exploded into a pile of gravel and flew in all directions under the force of the impact. Seeing this, Aaron's pupils shrank slightly, and he turned around abruptly. The brush in his hand was like a sword as it faced the black shadow that was slashing down from the air. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing immediately echoed in the room. However, before his voice faded completely, another black shadow suddenly appeared behind Alan's back and reached out to press on his back. Alan's eyes turned slightly. He didn't seem to have done anything, but a rapidly rotating gust of wind suddenly appeared between Alan and the black shadow, blocking the attack launched by the black shadow. What a wonderful ability! Aaron said in a low voice. However, as soon as his voice fell, a palm suddenly reached out from the ground under his feet and grabbed his ankle. Without any explanation, he was pulled into the ground, leaving only his head outside. Puff! The two attacking figures disappeared in the smoke and dust, leaving only Seito, who leaned over and pressed his hand on Aaron's head. Golden light surged from his hand, and a blood-colored golden secret word was transferred to Aaron's body. It quickly covered his body like oil. So, now you can't do it. Seito looked condescendingly at Aaron, who was sunk into the ground with only his head outside, and smiled. You have successfully angered me. Aaron's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent, and he said in a cold tone. Then a majestic dark force bloomed from Aaron's body, and it was very powerful, shattering the blood-colored secret word outside his body. It broke through the soil layer and forced Seito in front of him away. He slowly floated out of the ground like a person descending from the sky. So, Seito, who floated away, raised his eyebrows and asked back. Humph! Aaron snorted coldly. He used his actions to answer Seito's question. He stretched out his right hand, and a purple energy ball that exuded a strong impact force and a sense of oppression appeared in his hand. Then, with a whoosh sound, the light ball immediately turned into a beam of light and shot toward Itose. Seito's figure flashed. He instantly disappeared from the front of the light beam. From this, it could be seen that Sei-Ito's consciousness was different from that of the Saint Seiyas and the gods of this world. In this world, whether it was the Saint Seiyas or the gods, they all chose to fight the enemy head-on, not knowing whether it was due to their confidence in their own strength or some other reason. They did not know how to dodge the enemy's attacks at all, even if they were beaten until their noses were swollen and their faces were swollen. Although it looked very cool and tough, Sei-Ito did not have the intention to learn from them. Of course, if he were to meet someone who was weaker than him, such as the dark gladiators that he met earlier, he wouldn't mind using this method to show off. Shortly after, Sei-Ito appeared behind Eren. He formed hand seals with both hands and bellowed, "Ja!" An invisible shockwave blasted Eren, who turned his head halfway. Eren felt dizzy and his consciousness couldn't help but slow down by half a beat. Sei-Ito seized this opportunity and stretched his arms forward, channeled the energy in his body and yelled, "Binding path number 79, 9 luminaries bind." In an instant, several pitch-black energy chains as thick as an adult's arm emerged from thin air and wrapped around Eren's body like snakes, binding him tightly. Do you think that these mere chains can restrain me? Relying on the powerful quality of his soul, Alan instantly recovered from the dizziness and sneered. Of course I know these things can't restrain you. Ito-sei flexed his right index and middle fingers, and a slender silver needle with a faint glimmer on the surface appeared between his two fingers. He raised his hand and pointed the tip of the silver needle at Alan's forehead. What I want is just a moment of delay. Without waiting for Eren's response, he pierced the silver needle between his fingers into Eren's forehead at lightning speed. Eren's forehead tilted up after being pierced by the silver needle, and a dazed expression appeared on his face. Although it's a little tricky, it's fine as long as it works. Sei-Ito withdrew his hand and let out a long sigh. This needle was called the spirit-piercing needle. It was a type of talisman artifact that was refined using a secret Taoist talisman technique. It was specially used to pierce the soul and wound the soul. Its effects varied according to the method of refinement and the number of talisman combinations. At its lowest level, it could only restrain the soul of an ordinary person or a martial artist. However, at its peak, it could even restrain the soul of a true immortal. Although this spirit-piercing needle was something Sei-Ito had hastily refined in the Holy Realm, it was still very powerful. It had more than enough time to restrain Eren's soul, who had been contaminated by Hades' power, for a short while. Afterward, Sei-Ito raised his consciousness slightly and removed the 9 luminaries binding Tao from Eren's body. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands and softly chanted a secret incantation with a strange pronunciation. Under Sei-Ito's incantation, strange golden characters that were filled with powerful divine power appeared in the air. Like meteors falling from the sky, they bombarded Eren's body one after another and disappeared into his body. Along with the disappearance of these strange golden characters, the powerful aura of a small universe emitted from Eren's body weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Aya, he's one of the main characters of the stage play that I'm looking forward to. I can't let you seal him just like that. Just as Sei-Ito was fully focused on sealing Eren, a frivolous voice suddenly echoed in the quiet room. Then, ripples appeared in the air, and a man in a black evening dress walked out from within. He looked somewhat similar to Pegasus, but he was more than 10 years older. He had stubble around his mouth and looked a little sloppy. Upon seeing this man, Sei-Ito frowned slightly and stopped what he was doing. He asked, "Who are you?" I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Yao Ma, the leader of the Dark Gladiators, Mephisto. Nice to meet you." The man, who was Yao Ma, pulled down his hat with one hand and introduced himself with a frivolous smile. Sei-Ito didn't speak. Instead, he quickly searched his mind for information regarding Mephisto and Yao Ma. But it was a pity. There weren't any traces at all. No, it couldn't be said that there weren't any traces at all. At the very least, he found some information regarding Mephisto's name. Mephisto, also known as Mephisto, one of the 7 lords of hell, a fallen angel who controlled all hatred in the human world. Little brother, can you release him? Yao Ma asked again while Sei-to was deep in thought. Do you think that's possible? Sei-to sneered. Aya, that's a pity. I'm very interested in you, a drop of water that has no past and no future, but if you ruin the script I've written, then I'll have no choice but to erase you from this world, Yao Ma said with a frivolous smile. After hearing this, Sei-to's pupils immediately shrank. It wasn't because of Yao Ma's threat. After all, he had traveled to so many worlds. What kind of threat hadn't he heard of? What kind of battle hadn't he fought? Wasn't he still living well? Naturally, he wouldn't be shaken by Yao Ma's threat. However, some of the information presented by Yao Ma's words made him extremely shocked. What do you mean by there is no past, and there is no future, like a drop of water falling into the great lake called the world out of thin air? Wasn't that talking about the nature of his existence in this world? But how did he know? Could it be that the other party was the manifestation or possession of this world's will? This was the main reason why his mind was shaken. Just as Sei-to was thinking about the nature of Yao Ma's existence, Yao Ma's voice sounded again. Little brother, it seems like you're planning to refuse. Since that's the case, I can only erase an unexpected variable like you. After saying this, Yao Ma raised one of his hands. A strange spatial energy twisted like a vortex suddenly appeared around Sei-to and enveloped him. Sei-to, who was in the distorted space, immediately felt his body tighten. A signal came from his skin that his body was about to disintegrate. Magical illusory space. Horse Yao lowered his head slightly, and a sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, "The vortex is a world without time and matter. If you're sucked in, you'll be decomposed to the quantum level, and then scattered throughout the world." So the other side is that kind of space? I'm sorry, I just got out of that space not long ago. I don't have the mood to go back and experience life, so I'll pass on this invitation. After listening to Yao Ma's explanation, Sei-to said in a low voice. Then, he spread his hands and completely stopped the incomplete sealing ritual. At the same time, he turned his palms outwards. His 10 fingers were like hooks, and he pulled forcefully to both sides as if he was tearing something. Suddenly, there was a tearing sound. Sei-to forcibly tore a hole in the distorted space created by Yao Ma. It suddenly exploded and turned into a boundless quantum turbulence that swept in all directions. In an instant, the entire art room was blown into a mess by the quantum turbulence. Oh no, this isn't good. When Aaron wakes up and sees this, I'll be punished. Looking at the messy art room, Yao Ma said with a frightened look. So in order to reduce the punishment, it seems like I have to put in some effort to take you down. You're an unknown troublemaker. After saying that, Yao Ma's face immediately became cold and was filled with killing intent. Itose glanced at Alan and roughly estimated the time that the sealing ritual could last. Then he retracted his gaze and stared at Yao Ma, who was also a complete stranger to him, with a dignified face. He was ready to deal with the upcoming battle wholeheartedly. Don't worry, the battle between us will end soon, Yao Ma said softly. Then, without any movement, a transparent clock dial as tall as a person suddenly emerged from Itose's body. Return to nothingness, troublemaker. Yao Ma sneered. Immediately, the hands on the virtual clock began to reverse rapidly. As the recipient of the skill, Sei-to frowned. He felt that something in his body was quickly flowing away. Time, Sei-to muttered. That's right, the time that is flowing away is the accumulation of time in your body, Yao Ma said frivolously. After that, the time on the virtual clock began to reverse at an even faster speed. However, just as Yao Ma was waiting for Sei-to to turn into nothingness, the hands on the virtual clock suddenly stopped and began to turn at the same speed. Chapter 2034. Yao Ma frowned and muttered doubtfully. Then, under the gaze of Yao Ma, the needle stopped again after a few laps. Together with the illusory dial, it went back into Ito-Sei's body. "You're not the only one who knows how to use time," Sei-Ito said indifferently. Of course, Sei-Ito admitted that he was inferior to Yao Ma when it came to manipulating time. At the very least, after using the time restriction technique of the Death God's world to gain a superficial understanding of the laws of time, apart from knowing how to stop time, accelerate time, and decelerate time, as well as using time acceleration to accelerate the aging of the human body, he couldn't do what Yao Ma did. He couldn't manifest the accumulated time in a stranger's body with a single thought and use time reversal to turn the enemy into nothingness. Therefore, Sei-Ito was extremely cautious of Yao Ma. He was even more cautious than when dealing with Alan, the reincarnation of Hades. "Oh? So you also know how to use the power of time? That's interesting." Yao Ma looked at Sei-Ito with interest. However, his eyes were filled with tyrannical emotions as if he wanted to destroy the world. Sei-Ito frowned when he noticed the emotions in Yao Ma's eyes. In the next moment, a large amount of black gas appeared on Yao Ma's body. Then, a pitch-black robe with a huge curved horn on his helmet appeared on Yao Ma's body. Clearly, he was going to be serious. "Since you also know how to use the power of time, let me see who's stronger between us," Yao Ma said with a sinister expression after putting on the robe. Then, he waved his arm and a pitch-black clock made from the power of time flew towards Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito jumped to the side and dodged the clock's attack. But then, the clock suddenly drew an arc and flew towards Sei-Ito's back. Sei-Ito knew that this clock had the ability to track and lock the enemy, so he couldn't just dodge it. His eyes flashed and he raised his hand and shot out a scarlet lightning. The lightning was like a snake and instantly collided with the clock. Boom! A large amount of energy smoke and a loud sound reverberated in the air. But in the next second, more than 10 pitch-black arrows flew out of the smoke and directly towards Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito jumped back and dodged the arrows. Pring 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 pring, the arrows that missed and messily stuck to the ground. Looking at their shapes, they were the protrusions on the clock. Clearly, after colliding with Sei-Ito's fire divine lightning, these protrusions broke free from the clock. They formed a second attack. "Little brother, why aren't you using the power of time? Could it be that you've run out of tricks?" Yao Ma suddenly appeared behind Sei-Ito and giggled. Sei-Ito didn't say anything. He swung his hand and shot out a lightning bolt. Yao Ma didn't dodge and pointed forward. It was very in line with the style of this world's warriors. In an instant, the lightning stopped and abruptly dissipated. It was the application of the power of time stop. However, it was more precise than Ito-Sei's time stop. It simply stopped the time in front of the thunder and lightning, making the thunder and lightning think that it had reached the realm point and dissipated on its own. It was not like Ito-Sei's time stop, which made the whole attack stay in the real world like a still picture. Sei-Ito didn't have the mind to comprehend Yao Ma's method of using the power of time. He appeared behind Yao Ma and used the power of time to accelerate his attack. In an instant, he punched Yao Ma's face. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yao Ma's body spun and was sent flying. Sei-Ito didn't show any mercy. He immediately chased after Yao Ma and appeared beside him. He raised his right leg and chopped down like a blade. However, just as the chop was about to hit Yao Ma, time stopped. The power of time immediately affected Ito-Sei's body, causing his movements to stagnate. Although Ito-Sei used the power of time to recover, he had already lost the opportunity to attack, so Yao Ma used instant transmission to dodge. Ito-Sei turned around and frowned at Yao Ma, who was standing not far away from him. A 3-meter-wide crater appeared on the ground under his feet with a loud bang. Sei-Ito was really scratching his head against Yao Ma, who controlled the power of time and space. It was difficult to hit him, and it was difficult to catch him. Compared to Alan or Hades, who had great power and completely suppressed him, Ito-sei felt that he was more difficult to deal with. Little brother, it seems like neither of us can do anything to the other. Yao Ma took out his black top hat from the void and placed it on his head as he chuckled. That's not necessarily the case, Sei Ito said indifferently. As soon as he said that, a strange wave of energy spread out from Sei Ito. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire Hades castle. Yao Ma frowned when he sensed the strange energy enveloping him. What did you do? Yao Ma asked with a sullen expression. I didn't do anything. I just sealed this space. In other words, from now on, you can no longer use the power of space, Sei Ito said indifferently. Yao Ma's pupils shrank. Then, he relaxed and said in a low voice, You really are a good dancer. Your dance surprised me. That's why the battle has only just begun. After saying that, Sei Ito's figure blurred. He appeared in front of Yao Ma like a bolt of lightning. A long saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Yao Ma's body. Yao Ma tilted his body and dodged the saber. Then, he opened his hand and created a palm-sized virtual dial in his palm. The dial exploded, transforming into a dozen pitch-black arrows that shot toward Sei Ito. Sei Ito spun around and his long saber turned upside down. He used the saber to protect himself, forming a black saber armor. Ding ding dang dang dang. The black arrows bounced back. Then, he stopped and swung his hand to execute a slash. A huge crescent-shaped saber light shot toward Yao Ma's body. Yao Ma's expression changed slightly. He used time stop to stop the saber light. But before he could make the next move, Ito-sei's figure once again appeared beside him. He raised his hand and slashed down. With a poof sound, his arm was cut vertically. Blood splattered everywhere. Half of his arm flipped over and flew away. Yao Ma's face was filled with shock as he staggered to the side. Sei Ito chased after him and swung his saber at Yao Ma's neck. Damn it! Yao Ma cursed when he saw the saber was about to land on his throat. In the next moment, a violent and majestic miniature universe energy erupted from Yao Ma's body. It formed an energy hurricane that forcefully blew Sei Ito away from Yao Ma. This power! Ito-sei took 2 steps back and stood still. He frowned and looked at Yao Ma, who was protected by the hurricane formed by the violent power of the universe, with some surprise and uncertainty. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. At this moment, the clear sound of a clock rang out. Then, the black wind surrounding Yao Ma dispersed. A huge figure covered in runes with the Greek word kairos appeared from the center of the huge clock that appeared above Yao Ma's head. His flaxen hair fluttered in the wind, emitting a strong sense of presence and oppression. As expected, this guy is also a god, Sei Ito said in his heart as he felt the special aura emitted by the figure. Kairos, formless time, Sei Ito muttered as he looked at the runes on the giant's body. I didn't expect you to be so good, little brother. What do you think I should do? You forced me to reveal my true nature. At the same time, Yao Ma, whose eyes turned pitch black, slowly raised his head and looked at Sei Ito with a smile. But I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. You actually know the meaning of Kairos. What is your relationship with the god of time, Kronos, and the supreme god, Kronos? Sei Ito asked in a deep voice. Kronos and Kronos, the former was the child of Gaia, the father of Zeus, the second king of the gods, the god of the sky. However, because he was often confused with the supreme god, Kronos, who was above the gods and equal to the world's founding god, he also had the divine right of the god of time. The latter, on the other hand, was much simpler. The supreme god, the god of time, a concept god that had no form and no form. Kronos? Just hearing that name makes me sick. Yao Ma covered her face with one hand and said in disgust, My name is Kedius, another god of time who fell into the mortal world because of my brother Kronos. Seito frowned and searched for information about the name Kedius. But just like how he didn't know the name of Yao Horse, no matter if it was the names of the gods in the main world or the names of the gods in the world of Saint Seiya, there was no such name. It was as if they were gods that shouldn't exist, just like him. Then why haven't I heard of you before? Seito asked in surprise. It's normal that you don't know me. I was erased from the myths of this world because of Kronos. That's why I was very interested in you from the first time I saw you. Unfortunately, you got involved in the stage play that I wrote in advance and ruined it, but you shouldn't have forced me to reveal my true form. That's why destroying you won't be able to dispel my anger towards you. At this point, the aura of the small universe on Yao Ma's body became even more chaotic. Black smoke began to appear around her and on the huge dial behind her. Let me tear you to shreds as a declaration of the return of I, Keeds, and a challenge to the heaven realm. Chapter 2035. After saying that, the black gas around Yao Ma immediately turned into a large number of black arrows that rained down on Seito. Seito's expression became serious. He waved the celestial clouds in his hand and bounced the black arrows away. That weapon of yours! Yao Ma said in astonishment. Did you just notice? Your senses are too slow. Ito-sei, who blocked all the arrows, waved his arm, slanted his sword to the ground, and sneered. A divine weapon, Yao Ma said in a deep voice. Well, I won't talk nonsense with you. Alan is about to wake up. Let's end this boring battle. Ito-sei shook his hand and instilled his power into the sword god. A black light shot out and he said in a low voice, Ha 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 ha, what shameless boasting. I'll let you see what a true god is. Yao Ma laughed loudly and said with a sinister expression. In the next moment, countless black gas filled with the dense aura of time shot toward Seito. During this process, the space of Seito's divine domain was shaken. Under the impact of the black gas, tiny black cracks faintly appeared. As the core of the divine domain, Seito couldn't help but frown. He felt a faint stabbing pain in his head. This is the flood of time? Seito thought to himself as he held the sword god with both hands and silently poured energy into the blade, causing it to become even darker. He didn't dare to hesitate. He fiercely thrust out the black sword god, which had gathered a large amount of energy in his hand. Reverse 2, 5 elements destruction. In an instant, a black light flashed and a pitch-black pillar of light shot out from the sword god, the heavenly cloud fate. It quickly met the flood of time sent out by Yao Ma. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked and turned into dust. The pillars were broken, and the furnishings were all destroyed into ashes. Alan, who was the only human in this room other than Ito-sei and Yao Ma, was blown away and disappeared from the room along with the light of the energy explosion. However, at this moment, both Seito and Yao Ma couldn't care less about Alan. At the center of the collision between the two energies, a pitch-black circular hole quickly appeared. It devoured everything in its surroundings. How did you block it? How did you block it? Turn into dust. Yao Ma shouted hysterically when she saw her attack was blocked. In an instant, the flood of time, which Yao Ma released, strengthened, pushed the black pillar of light, gradually pressing on Seito. On the other hand, Ito-sei was still silent. He silently poured more power into the blade. He continued to inject more power into the pillar of light. However, in his heart, Seito didn't feel good. Apart from the greater the damage to his divine domain caused, the greater the mental pain he had to endure, it was also because the move he used, reverse second 5 elements annihilation, wasn't a move that could last for a long time. It could be used against Yao Ma's flood of time for a short period of time, but it would become weak in the long run. In the end, he might be pushed back by Yao Ma, and that wasn't what he wanted. Thinking until here, Seito suddenly changed his grip on the sword from 2 to 1. Then, he flipped his left hand and took out a black crystal cube from the void. He threw it at Yao Ma. The moment the black crystal cube left his hand, it suddenly expanded in midair. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to a length, width, and height of about 10 meters. Then, under the impact of the surrounding energy, it suddenly shattered, revealing a dog-like monster with 3 heads. This monster was the pet of Hades that Seito killed in the underworld, the Hellhound, Cyberas. As soon as Cyberas appeared, it crashed into Yao Ma due to its residual inertia. If it were any other time, it would naturally crash into Yao Ma, who wasn't far away from it. However, at a time like this, it was immediately intercepted by the flood of time. Its momentum was greatly reduced, and it howled in pain as it struggled violently in the impact of the chaotic flow of time. It didn't take long for it to become a bloody mess. However, it was precisely because of Cybera's interference that the flood of time released by Yao Ma showed signs of weakening. Seito, who had been paying attention to the changes in the flood of time, didn't hesitate and immediately poured more energy into the sword. The burst of energy forcefully pushed the flood of time away. The black light went straight in and bombarded Yao Ma's body. It went straight through and bombarded Yao Ma's huge divine soul. Boom! A strong gust of wind blew, and a powerful shockwave spread out, blowing away the dust, air, and Cybera's corpse that had yet to be fully decomposed. Damn it! As a god, how can I fail? Kylasi, whose huge divine soul was constantly changing between reality and illusion, roared loudly. However, Seito couldn't be bothered to listen to Kylasi's nonsense. He rushed forward and appeared in front of Kylasi's divine soul. He put away the divine sword, celestial clouds, and reached out his right hand. A golden palm appeared and grabbed Kylasi's divine soul. At the same time, he flipped his left hand and a small silver box about the size of a music box appeared. He skillfully opened it, revealing a space emitting a golden holy light. It was the sacred cabinet that Athena gave him to seal the divine soul. Then, he pulled his right arm and forcefully threw Kylasi's divine soul into the sacred cabinet. Sacred cabinet? No. You can't do this. I'm a god. I'm destined to defeat Cronus and rule over this entire world. I'm the god who will create a new era. You can't. Kylasi's expression changed drastically. Shut up, you loser, Seito said loudly, and then threw Kylasi into the sacred cabinet with even more force. No. Kylasi, whose divine soul was gradually being sucked into the sacred cabinet's space, yelled loudly. A moment later, Kylasi's divine soul was completely sucked into the sacred cabinet. But Seito closed the sacred cabinet. Then, with a thought, he took out a talisman of Athena's divine power and written with the blood of the previous Athena. He placed it on the sacred cabinet, completing the final seal. Phew, I didn't expect to find such an unexpected reward. But now, the thing that was originally used to seal Hades is gone. Seito sighed softly as he put away the sacred cabinet that sealed Kylasi away. You want to seal me with that thing? What wishful thinking. At this moment, an extremely cold voice suddenly rang out. Seito's expression changed slightly, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. Then, Alan slowly walked out from behind the wall that was destroyed by the shockwave. He was wearing a long black robe, his black hair scattered, and his body exuding an aura that was many times stronger than before. It had also become extremely dark and obscure. At the same time, far away in the holy realm of Greece, Athena, who was silently praying for the holy Sayas, had a change in expression. She said softly with a sorrowful expression, "Brother." At the same time, Pegasus, who was advancing towards the city of Hades with Jaren, Rangyi, and the other holy Sayas, was also stunned. He felt as if he had suddenly lost something important. Hades? Seito, who slowly put away the divine realm, said in a deep voice with a solemn expression. That's me. Hades stopped and said softly, just by relying on that simple obsession, he was able to suppress my awakening for so long. I have to say, this young man who was possessed by me is really an amazing human. But this time, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for the strange technique you used before and the aftershock of the battle with Mephisto, which injured his soul and caused him to fall into a deep sleep, I don't know how long I would have been suppressed by him. Hearing this, Saito couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. But the timing is just right. I can take this opportunity to wipe out Athena's army in one fell swoop and end this holy war. I declare in the name of the real underworld king Hades. Ignoring Saito, Hades continued, this way, the land that I have been fighting over with the goddess of war for so long will belong to me. Then, Hades moved his hand and took out a pitch-black sword with a length of 3 feet and 3 inches. The sword hilt was in the shape of a spread-out wing, and the blade was straight and pitch-black. There were strange inscriptions engraved on the surface of the sword. It was his personal sword, the Underworld King's sword. But as the final obstacle of this holy war, as well as the reward for freeing me, I have decided to personally execute you. Hades said again. Then, a terrifying pressure enveloped Saito. In an instant, Saito felt his body sink, as if he was carrying a mountain of bones on his back. His whole body was cold and stiff. Hades raised his arm and waved the sword in his hand at Saito. A pitch-black sword light emitting powerful energy immediately flew in front of Saito. Saito didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly crossed his arms in front of him to block. Boom! In the midst of the explosion, a huge amount of energy, smoke, and dust immediately enveloped Saito. But after completing this attack, Hades didn't turn around and leave. Instead, he frowned slightly and looked at Saito with an interested smile on his face. Then at the next moment, a strong wind blew away the smoke and dust, and Ito-Sei's figure appeared again. At this time, a red full-body armor covered his body. There were more than a dozen jades of different sizes on his chest, the back of his hands, his forehead, his legs, his waist, and other parts of his body, exuding a strange aura. Chapter 2036. P.S. Thanks to Halcyon and Duckboy for their precious monthly vote. This red full-body armor was the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. After reaching Gauntlet, it transformed into the Red Dragon Emperor's armor. Yo, Patong, I didn't expect you to think of me. As the jade on the chest of the armor flashed, Drake's voice came out. Saito put down his crossed arms, straightened up, and looked at Hades opposite him. If I think of you, it means I've met a strong enemy. Don't you feel excited? You're right. I can already feel my fighting spirit surging. Drager agreed. Strange armor. Is it a dragon? Hades looked at Saito's red armor with interest and said softly. As expected of Hades. Good eyesight. Saito praised. That's right. Drake is a dragon. A red dragon that once scared many gods. Drake? Unfamiliar name. Looks like it's a demonic dragon from a foreign land like you, Hades said softly. At this time, a large amount of black smoke appeared out of thin air and wrapped around Hades's body like a cloud. The next moment, the smoke and dust scattered, and a gorgeous armor with a pure black luster appeared on Hades's body. There were 3 pairs of wings on the back of the armor, and they spread out to both sides as if they were about to fly. The armor on the shoulders extended outwards like the shoulder pads of a robe. The upper part of the armor was a streamlined inverted triangle with exquisite patterns on the surface. The armor that extended downwards from the waist was like the 2 feathers of an insect that protected its wings, and half of the armor covered the legs. He still held the sword in his right hand, but the flickering black light on it was even darker than before. Saito lowered his body slightly and got into a defensive posture. Show me your full strength. Let me see what the so-called foreign gods are capable of. Hades, who had put on his divine armor, said softly. Boost! At this moment, a muffled shout came from Seito's armor. Seito didn't move at all. An even more powerful and surging aura immediately erupted from his body. Like a hurricane, it blew away the surrounding air. Seeing this, Hades's eyes flashed with interest. Since you want to watch, I'll let you watch as much as you want, Seito said in a deep voice. The moment he finished speaking, Seito's figure flashed and appeared in front of Hades, clenching his armored fist. He hit Hades on the cheek. Hades raised his palm slightly and blocked Itosei's fist with his palm. Pa! His palm blocked Itosei's fist. Your strength is not bad. You are indeed much stronger than those humans outside. Hades looked at Itosei, who was close at hand, and said in a low voice. Then, he raised his arm and swung his sword at Seito. Just like when he blocked the fist. Almost instantly, the blade of the sword reached Seito's armor. Seito's heart tightened when he sensed this. He immediately retreated from Hades without hesitation. However, although he was fast, he was still much slower than Hades's attack that was close to the speed of light. Thus, with a crisp crack, a thin crack appeared on the Red Dragon Emperor's armor. It slowly emitted a pitch-black aura. Block, the enemy is very strong, Drager said in a deep voice. Are you okay? Seito asked in return. The reason for this question was entirely because Hades' attacks were constantly imbued with the power of the underworld that could directly harm one's soul. Not only was the Crimson Dragon Emperor's armor a defensive tool, but it was also the Crimson Dragon Emperor's residence and the residence of his soul. It was hard to say whether Drake, who was inside, would be harmed. Fortunately, there is no problem for now, Drager replied. It seems like we need to become stronger and faster, Seito said in a deep voice. Let's go. Block, I believe you can do it, Drager encouraged. Of course, I never said I would give up just like that. Seito chuckled. Are you done discussing? At this time, Hades said, if this is all, I have no interest in watching anymore. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you, Hades. Seito chuckled. After that, with a deep voice, a series of muffled roars came from the Red Dragon Emperor's armor. Boost! 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 At the same time, an incomparably violent crimson aura erupted from Seito's body. It created a circular pit with a diameter of nearly 2 meters on the ground under Seito's feet. Like an immovable tornado, it spun rapidly around his body. However, Seito's movements did not stop there. He used a deep and strange rhythmic voice to send out a sentence full of power. Fear the one with wings. Evil people and powerful people are all afraid of me with wings. My wings will bring you a curse. Evil people can't hit me. It was the authority of the Phoenix, one of the 10 incarnations of the Eastern god of war, Urislagna. Its effect was to gain greater agility and leaping ability when attacked by an enemy. It was the best choice for someone like Hades, whose attack speed was obviously over the top. Immediately, Seito's figure flashed and appeared in front of Hades again. Hades raised one hand and gathered a black ball of light in his palm. It shot out and turned into a beam of light that attacked Seito. Seito floated to the side and instantly dodged the beam attack that was close at hand. He slid in a small arc and appeared beside Hades. He swung his arm and punched Hades's cheek. Hades, who immediately sensed the change in Seito's attack speed, frowned slightly. He leaned back and dodged Seito's attack by a hair's breadth. At the same time, he thrust his right hand forward and stabbed the longsword in his hand at Seito. With the increase in agility, speed, and senses given by the Phoenix incarnation, Seito leaned to the side and dodged the attack. He stepped forward and got close to Hades's chest and punched him hard in the chest. Boom! In the loud explosion, Hades's body flew out like a cannonball. He crashed through a high wall and flew out of Hades City. At the same time, Saito stomped his foot and also turned into a red light and chased after him. What's that? At this time, the Saint Seiyas who were fighting with the underworld gladiators led by the Big Three, Radamandes, looked up at the sky and said with a surprised expression, "Lord Hades?" Radamandes exclaimed with a shocked expression. The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present could not help but change. "Who's the other person?" someone asked in confusion. However, no one could answer this question. No one could answer him. Even Elder Bailey of the Jamil family couldn't tell whether it was Ito Sei or not from the red armor and the strange aura that came out of it. At this time, the red light dashed and rushed in front of the figure that was exuding a strong dark universe. He swung his fist at him. Hades instinctively raised his sword and stood in front of him. However, in the next moment, Saito suddenly retracted his fist and flew behind Hades. He stretched out his palms and released 2 scarlet energy light balls. Hades, who felt the energy behind him, frowned. The power of the dark universe erupted from his body like a cosmic hurricane. Boom! Then, a huge explosion reverberated in the sky. The shock wave visible to the naked eye quickly spread in all directions with an earth-shattering momentum. It blew away the clouds in the sky and revealed the dark sky without stars behind it. The great solar eclipse. Ito Sei, who was suspended in the air, raised his head and looked at the sky that was supposed to be bright and sunny, but now it's dark. The great solar eclipse, Hades's exclusive skill. With his enormous divine power, he could forcefully change the orbit of several major planets in the solar system and make the sky enter a state of eternal night. "It seems that it's true that you're afraid of sunlight," he continued. Saito withdrew his gaze and looked at Hades, who still had no cracks on his armor, and said softly. Hades frowned and his expression became gloomy. "So what if you know this? With your strength, you can't do anything," Hades said in a deep voice. "That's not necessarily true." Saito chuckled. "Although it's a bit of a burden to use the power of Forbidden Hand in order to seal you, I have no choice but to do so." Then, Saito's expression became serious. He gathered his power and said loudly, "The sun that rises in the east, give me power." As the words of the spirit of speech fell, an extremely dazzling sun suddenly appeared in the night sky in the east, instantly illuminating the dark night created by Hades' power. Ah! Almost as soon as the new sun appeared, Hades raised his head and let out a shrill scream. But at the same time, as the existence of the two sides of the same body, Mitra, the sun god of the east, Saito's power of the eastern army god in his body immediately became active and emitted various powers to help him reduce the burden on his body. Saito ignored the changes in his body and raised his hand. The new sun in the sky lowered a bit and shone a stronger light on Hades. Ah! Immediately, an even more intense scream came from Hades' mouth. "How is this possible? How can someone like you create a new sun?" Hades forced himself to stand up straight and stared at Saito with a face full of anger as he questioned with difficulty. "That's because I'm also a sun god." Saito smiled. "Damn it!" Hades was enraged when he heard this. His body once again erupted with boundless dark energy, enveloping his body like a black hole. It seems that the power of a sun can't completely get rid of you. If that's the case, then I'll give you a hand." Saito tilted his head and joked. Then, without waiting for Hades to respond, he raised his head again and combined his mind and power to chant the words of power. "For victory, come to me quickly. Undying sun, please give me a shining steed. Spirited steed, bring me the light wheel of your lord." In an instant, another blazing fireball like the sun suddenly appeared in the sky, emitting intense light and heat. Together with the other sun, it illuminated the entire pitch-black world. and Sei-Ito didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that after the appearance of the fireball, the power of the sun summoned by the sun god Mitra's power suddenly rose. Then, even the fireball summoned by the 10 Eastern war gods' incarnations of the white horses also increased. This situation seemed to have produced some kind of wonderful chain reaction. Unsurprisingly, under the strong light of the two suns, the darkness outside Hades' body was immediately dispelled, revealing his body. Then Sei-Ito waved his arm and pointed his finger at Hades. The fireball summoned by the white horse's power in the sky immediately turned into a meteor and flew towards Hades' body. "Hades, disappear with that boy," Sei-Ito said indifferently. But just when the fireball formed by the white horse was about to fly in front of Hades, Hades' 4 limbs suddenly stretched back, and a shadow of Hades immediately separated from Alan's body, quickly dodging the attack of the white horse's fireball, leaving Alan, whose hair color had changed back to gold, to face the burning of the sun. Seeing this, Sei-Ito quickly launched instant transmission and instantly teleported Alan to his side, dodging the attack of the white horse's fireball by a hair's breadth. Then, with another thought, he sent Alan to the group of Saint Seiyas below. Ignoring him, he raised his head and looked at the underworld king Hades, who was opening the divine passage and preparing to escape back to the pure land of bliss. Since he was already here, how could Sei-Ito let Hades leave so easily? He immediately moved and appeared in front of Hades, who had just entered the divine passage, and punched him out of the divine passage. As soon as he came into contact with the sunlight, Hades let out a miserable scream. At this time, Sei-Ito, who was in the divine passage, waved his hand and used the power of the law of space to forcibly close the divine passage. Then, he turned into a red light and once again appeared in front of Hades, who was suffering from the burning pain of the sun, and grabbed Hades in his hand. "What are you doing?" Hades said sharply with a painful expression. Sei-Ito ignored him, opened his mouth slightly, and chanted a spell. Binding path number 61, 6 light prison. Binding path number 79, 9 glory bind. Binding path number 99, bind. In an instant, a yellow light mark and a black chain, as well as a dozen leather strips and nails, appeared from the void and fell on Hades' body one by one in their own way, imprisoning him in the air. Chapter 2037. "You!" Hades, whose body was imprisoned, shouted angrily. Under the illumination of the sun, Hades's power was obviously suppressed by a lot. Although he was still incomparably powerful, under the stimulation of the burning sensation, he was unable to concentrate on gathering a powerful force. In addition, the Ghost Way was a curse that specialized in targeting the soul. It had a very strong suppressive effect on him, who was in a soul body, so it was really difficult for him to break free in a short time. Mahavaro Cannabis Embadi Vikar Sixtadi? Thanavipulya Sutrendra Nama Dharma Pariyaya. Mahavaro Kanavism Bodhivik Ranita Dista Sutramindraraja. But at this time, Sei-Ito, who had entered a certain state, formed a Vajra seal with both hands and chanted the Sanskrit version of the Mahavairocana Sutra. In an instant, the surrounding void changed, and majestic Vairocana Buddha statues of various sizes emerged from the void. As they chanted the Mahavairocana Sutra in Sanskrit, they surrounded Sei-Ito and Hades, who was sealed by the high-level Kido, and formed a mandala concealment formation. And all of this seemed like a huge golden ball of light had suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating the surrounding void like the sun. Then Sei-Ito's hand seals changed, and in response, golden seed runes began to emerge from the Buddha statues in the void, shooting toward the struggling Hades like meteors. Every time a seed rune branded Hades' divine soul, he would let out a shrill scream as if he was being tortured. "You blasphemer! Do you want to kill a god?" Hades roared loudly. Sei-Ito ignored him, lowered his eyes, and continued to chant the sutra. The gods in the heavenly realm will not let you go. Even that little girl Athena, the goddess of war, will not let you go. Hades continued to threaten. Seito was still unmoved, and he didn't hesitate to use the spell. Ah! Hades, who was extremely angry, roared loudly. However, no matter how hard he struggled, all he could do was delay the time he was sealed. So after a long while, Hades was finally sealed into the mandala concealment formation with a cry of unwillingness. He turned into a golden ball of light with runes on its surface, and flew into Seito's palm. Sure enough, this kind of thing should be sealed with the sealing method of this world. Seito couldn't help but sigh as he felt the dark power that was still surging inside the golden ball. He didn't hesitate. He teleported away from the battlefield, and returned to Athena's side. Athena! Seito called out softly as he looked at Athena, who was in a daze. Ah! Athena was shocked, and she turned to look at Seito. It's done, Athena said with a sigh of relief. However, she was secretly on guard. She was really worried that Seito would kiss her rudely again. I have already sealed Hades' divine soul. It's just that I don't have anything suitable on hand, and I don't know if you have anything here, Seito said as he opened his palm, revealing the ball of light formed by the mandala concealment formation. You sealed Hades' divine soul? Athena exclaimed in shock. Athena couldn't be blamed for being shocked. After all, ever since the start of the holy war between her and Hades, she had successfully sealed Poseidon, the god of the sea, countless times. However, she had never succeeded in sealing Hades, the god of the underworld, unless he escaped back to the Elysium at the last moment. Even after the holy war ended, she no longer had the strength to seal Hades, and could only watch him leave. Therefore, Athena's ideal outcome for Hades was to force him back to the Elysium, and then go to the Elysium to fight against him. This would allow the holy war to enter a buffer period, just like the previous Athena's. Then, brother Aaron? Athena asked anxiously with a face full of worry. Yes, Seito confirmed with a smile. Then he asked again, so do you still have something like the holy cabinet that can store divine souls? I need to use it to store Hades' divine soul. As for Aaron, he is still alive. I sent him to the Saint Seiya team before I left. I think after the battle is over, you will be able to see him when the Saint Seiya return to the Holy Realm. After a pause, Seito continued. Thank you. A gentle smile appeared on Athena's face, and she thanked him sincerely. However, she was afraid that Seito would use this opportunity to make such a rude request. Then Athena, who had forcefully kissed him, quickly changed the topic and continued, I have given you all the existing holy cabinets. If you want new ones, you can only make new ones. But if you use the holy cabinets, you won't be able to seal Hades for long. It won't be long before he escapes again. It doesn't matter, as long as it can be sealed for a period of time. After this period of time, I will have a way to completely seal Hades' divine soul. Seito, who did not notice Athena's thoughts, smiled and said. After a pause, Seito continued, besides, we can also join forces to cast a sealing spell on the Holy Cabinet to strengthen the sealing power of the Holy Cabinet, right? Athena nodded in agreement, and then asked hesitantly, you want to look after Hades personally? Of course. Why is there a problem? Seito raised his eyebrows. Can we leave him in the Holy Realm? Athena said softly. Why? Don't you trust me? Seito narrowed his eyes and asked softly. No, that's not it. I just want to end this endless holy war in this way. After all, this has been going on for too long. Athena hurriedly shook her head and said with a pitiful expression, if you really want to end this boring holy war completely, it's better for Hades to stay with me. Seito's lips twitched slightly and he said softly. Athena raised her head and looked at Seito with a puzzled expression. The Holy Realm is not as safe as you think it is. Seito's voice was a little shaky as he said, Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the Dark Gladiators. Do you really think a holy realm can stop the Dark Gladiators from infiltrating if she wants to? As soon as he said that, Athena's expression froze. Moreover, she's not the only Dark Gladiator who's adept at infiltration. Seito continued as if he didn't think it was enough. You don't even need to infiltrate. You just need to let a Dark Gladiator who has the ability to control the thoughts of others to control a Holy Realm Gladiator. How difficult would it be to break the seal and release Hades? This time, Athena had completely sunk into the abyss. That's why I said that compared to the Holy Realm, it's safer here, Seito said softly. Moreover, Hades is my captive this time. I understand, Athena said softly. All right, let's not talk about him. Seeing that the atmosphere had become a little gloomy, Seito relaxed his tone and changed the topic. Now that the Dark Gladiators don't have Hades, and only Radamandes is left with their high-level combat power, I believe that the outcome of the battle will be decided soon. Do you have any plans after this? Plans? Athena murmured in a daze. Then, she shook her head and said softly, I don't know. I'll probably continue my current life with Pegasus and brother Aaron. Do you want to come with me? Seito asked. With you? Athena was puzzled. Yes, with me. We'll travel around the world, Seito said with a smile. Athena didn't know how to answer this question. She couldn't help but fall silent. You don't have to answer me in a hurry. Think about it carefully. It won't be too late to answer me later, Seito said with a smile. Okay, Athena replied softly. All right, I'll get going first. Remember to make the Holy Cabinet as soon as possible, Seito said. Okay, Athena replied. Seito smiled at Athena, then turned and walked out of the room. Just when Athena thought that Seito wouldn't do anything rude to her today, she felt her vision darken. Seito's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Then, her body stiffened and she bumped into a solid chest. Her lips were blocked by Seito's warm lip. Ugh! Athena's eyes widened. She looked at Seito with shame and anger. His eyes were full of smiles as he kissed her. After a moment, Seito let go of Athena and stepped away from her. All right, I'm really leaving this time. See you later. Then, without waiting for Athena to respond, his figure flashed, and he disappeared in front of Athena's eyes. Despicable guy! Athena whispered hatefully. On the other side, Seito's figure once again appeared in Athena's shrine. He sat down in front of the statue of Athena in the shrine. Then, with a flip of his palm, a square ink-colored crystal appeared. He raised his hand and threw it into the sky. Almost at the instant the crystal left his hand, the ink-colored crystal expanded. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a rectangular black coffin that was nearly 2 meters tall, half a meter wide, and half a meter thick. Puff! A crisp sound rang out as the coffin exploded, revealing Pandora, who was wrapped within. The reason why Pandora appeared in this way again was entirely because Seito wanted to avoid trouble, lest Pandora do something irrational during the great battle. Therefore, he sealed her again when he set off to fight Aaron Hades. After all, there were no Saint Seiyas in the sanctuary at that time. If Pandora was left alone in the sanctuary, who knew if she would impulsively kill Athena, who had almost no combat power? As for bringing her to the battlefield, that was even more impossible. What if she went crazy during the battle between Seito and Aaron Hades? Chapter 2038. With the help of Seito's power, Pandora slowly floated to the ground. Then, she frowned and woke up from her coma. Hades has been sealed by me, Seito said indifferently as he looked at Pandora, who gently opened her eyes and looked at him with a frown. What? Pandora was shocked when she heard this, and her expression was full of disbelief as she exclaimed, This is Hades' divine soul. With a flip of his palm, Itose revealed the golden light ball transformed from the great enchantment of Mandala, which sealed Hades's divine soul, and said, "So it won't be long before this holy war ends, and you will regain your freedom." Pandora stared at the golden ball of light in Sei Ito's hand without saying anything, but her expression was extremely complicated. Freedom. After a moment, Pandora withdrew her gaze and said with a self-deprecating expression, "Didn't you want me to serve you? Then what freedom do I have?" Sei Ito closed his hand and put away the golden ball of light. He lightly rested his arm on his leg and looked straight at Pandora as he said indifferently, "I've said it before, I'm different from Hades, the gods, and the twin gods. I have no interest in playing with your fate and using all kinds of false truths to weave your world. So, apart from belonging to you and your emotions, you need to arrange your own life." Pandora's expression shook, and she looked at Sei Ito with eyes full of suspicion. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me now. You will naturally know what the truth is in the future." Sei Ito withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes, ignoring Pandora. In his mind, he began to replay what had happened in the previous battle with Keeds, using it to comprehend the power of time. Gradually, a mysterious and obscure fluctuation began to spread from Sei Ito's body, causing his figure to become blurry, as if shrouded in clouds and mist, making it difficult to see clearly. Pandora looked at Sei Ito and did not disturb him. She walked to the side of the temple and squatted down. She wrapped her arms around her knees and rested her head on her knees. She looked like a confused young girl as she gazed into the distant sky and thought about her own matters. And just as Sei Ito and Pandora were busy with their own matters, the holy war in the nameless town of Italy finally came to an end after a period of fierce fighting. The result, as Sei Ito expected, there was no Hades, the twin gods, and the demigods. There was also leader Star Yao Ma, this half-human half-god fellow, as well as Minos and Iagos, these two giants with such high-end combat power. The remaining underworld gladiators were unable to withstand a single blow when faced with the sanctuary army led by the 9 powerful gold saints. Their bodies were shattered one after another, and they were turned into ghosts. They were sealed by the prayer beads that Amida created using the Muluan seed and all the power of the small universe. As for Radamandes, the final leader of the underworld Seiya army, he naturally couldn't escape the fate of being sealed. He was killed on the spot by the Leo Gold Saint Regias, who was bent on avenging his father's death, time and time again, as if he was a cheat. Although in the end, there were still some casualties on the side of the holy warriors. But compared to the previous holy wars where only 1 or 2 holy Seiyas survived, this was much better. In fact, it could even be said that this was the most glorious victory the Holy Army had ever achieved since the Holy War began in the legendary era. This made Athena and the Pope, who knew the result, extremely happy. They were full of gratitude to Sei Ito, this ally. After that, there was nothing much to say. The army returned, and everyone returned to their positions. Under the management of Pope Sei Ito, they began to recuperate and return to peace. At the same time, in a room in the Holy Realm, Brother Aaron, dressed in a white dress, Athena, who was holding Athena's scepter, called out to Aaron, who was sitting on the stone bed with some scars on his body. Her face was filled with joy and worry. "Sasa." Aaron raised his head and looked at Athena with an innocent smile. "I'm sorry, Sasa, Pegasus. I've made you guys worried." Then, Aaron restrained his expression and said to Athena and Pegasus, who was wearing a linen short-sleeved shirt and trousers, solemnly, "Haha, it's okay. As long as you can come back." Pegasus raised his hand and rubbed his nose with his index finger. "Yes, brother, as long as you're back, everything will be fine." Athena agreed softly. "But I did that kind of thing," Aaron said in a low voice with a gloomy expression. "Isn't that because Hades is controlling you?" "We understand." Pegasus walked to Aaron's side and patted him on the shoulder. "No." Aaron shook his head. Athena and Pegasus looked at each other and looked at Aaron in confusion. Hades's goal is to exterminate the human race through condemnation. If I can't redeem myself, I originally planned to perish together with him. No, now that things have come to this. Alan opened his mouth to explain, but halfway through, he realized that it was too shameless to talk to himself like this, so he fell silent again. Brother, you don't have to say anything. I understand. Athena shook her head slightly and said softly. Aaron raised his head and looked at Athena like an injured animal looking for protection. You just want to save everyone. You don't want to see everyone suffer. The sorrow in your heart is deeper than anyone else, so brother, you don't have to explain. Athena said softly with a gentle smile on her face. Yes, Aaron, it's already in the past. Don't think about it. If you really feel that you can't get over it, then help others in the future. Pegasus said with a bright smile on his face. Sasa, Pegasus. Aaron's eyes overflowed with tears as he called out in a choked voice. We are friends, Pegasus said as he extended his right arm and revealed the bracelet that only had a single flower remaining. Athena didn't say anything and also extended her right arm, expressing her emotions through action. Yes. Aaron looked at Sasa and Pegasus and nodded heavily. He extended his right hand, which no longer had a flower bracelet, and touched Athena and Pegasus' extended fists. Several days later, in Athena's shrine, following a series of light footsteps, Athena, Aaron, and Pegasus walked into the shrine. At this moment, the sound of the harp reverberating in the shrine stopped and a voice full of complex emotions sounded. Aaron and Pegasus turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. Pegasus's expression changed and he stood in front of Athena and Aaron. He put on a defensive posture and shouted, "It's you, Pandora!" Pegasus, don't be like this. It's okay, Athena said with a gentle smile. Pegasus looked at Athena in confusion, then stared at Pandora and stepped back from the two of them. However, he was still secretly on guard against Pandora's existence. Hello, Pandora. Aaron's expression was full of innocence as he greeted Pandora. Pandora looked at Aaron with a complicated expression, then she looked away and lowered her eyes. She silently played the harp again. Immediately, a pleasant sound of music rang out in the temple. Seeing this, Athena, Aaron, and Pegasus didn't disturb her. They walked slowly towards Seito, who was sitting under the statue of Athena. Seito, who sensed the arrival of someone, slowly opened his eyes and looked at Athena and the other two. Okay. Pegasus greeted with a smile, then thanked him seriously. Thank you for saving Aaron. Thank you. At the same time, Aaron walked to Seito and bowed to thank him. There's no need for that. At first, I didn't want to save you. I even wanted to seal you and Hades together. Seito shook his head slightly and said softly with a strange smile on his face. Aaron's expression froze when he heard that. He smiled again and said, No matter what, you saved me in the end, so I still have to thank you. You're quite open-minded. Seito smiled, then turned to look at Athena. Here, this is the newly made holy cabinet. Seeing Seito looking at her, Athena's heart skipped a beat. She was very afraid that Seito would do something rude again, so she quickly handed over the silver-white holy cabinet in her hand. I can finally seal him. Seeing the holy cabinet, Seito couldn't help but smile. Then he reached out to take the holy cabinet, opened it, and held it in his left hand. With a flip of his right hand, the golden datura womb barrier that Hades was sealed in appeared. After chanting an incantation, the golden runes on the golden datura womb barrier became even brighter. Only then did he press his hand, and the womb barrier that Hades was sealed in was suspended in the holy cabinet that was blooming with golden light. Pa! Seito raised his hand and closed the holy cabinet. Talisman! Seito stretched out his hand in front of Athena. Athena, who was already prepared for this, quickly took out a talisman that emitted a powerful holy aura from her sleeve and handed it to Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito didn't hesitate and immediately sealed the talisman on the holy cabinet. After doing all this, Sei-Ito put away the holy cabinet and said with a smile, "All right, at least for a year and a half, we won't have to worry about Hades coming out." How can it be so short? Shouldn't it be sealed until the next holy war? Pegasus was puzzled. Do you think Hades is the twin gods? Can a holy cabinet seal him? Sei-Ito said unhappily. Pegasus scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Then Sei-Ito ignored Pegasus and looked at Athena and asked, "Have you considered my proposal?" Pegasus and Alan looked at Athena in confusion, not knowing what Sei-Ito was talking about. "I can't leave the Holy Realm for the time being. Let's talk about this later." Athena shook her head gently. "All right then. But I have to leave for a while. Since you guys are here, I'll take my leave," Sei-Ito said. Chapter 2039. In the world of the Saint Seiya Pluto mythology, a man and a woman were walking slowly through the snowstorm in Siberia. The man and woman were none other than Sei-Ito and Pandora, who had left the Holy Dominion. "This is the place, right?" Sei-Ito asked as he looked at the dilapidated building covered in thick snow that gradually appeared in front of him. "Yes," Pandora, who was one step behind Sei-Ito, replied. "Looks like we're too late," Sei-Ito said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a rain of ice crystal blades shot toward Sei-Ito and Pandora. Sei-Ito raised his hand and pointed forward. Like a movie that had been frozen, the ice blades immediately stopped in midair. Then, they fell to the ground and shattered into a pile of ice crystal fragments of different sizes. Looking at the effect he had caused and comparing it to the effect caused by Sei-Ito's time-stop skill, Sei-Ito shook his head in dissatisfaction. "Who's there? Come out!" At the same time, Pandora raised her voice and shouted. However, what answered her was still a rain of ice blades flying rapidly toward her. Pandora was enraged. Immediately, a dark aura of a small universe erupted from her body, creating a dark purple thunderbolt that collided with the ice blades flying toward her. In a split second, there was only a rumbling sound, and the ice crystals that filled the sky suddenly exploded under the bombardment of the purple lightning. They turned into dust that filled the sky, and were blown away by the whistling cold wind. "Come out!" At this moment, Sei-Ito, who had found the enemy's hiding place through 2 attacks, sneered. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the air in front of him. Then, the void in front of his hand rippled, and the figure of a young man wrapped in a linen robe was pulled out of the void by Sei-Ito. "Who are you? Why did you attack us?" Sei-Ito asked coldly. "Bah! Damn underworld gladiator!" The man who was pulled out was very stubborn. He opened his mouth and spat at Sei-Ito. However, how could Sei-Ito allow such an attack to reach him? He did not see Sei-Ito move, but the man's spit hit the man's face faster than the speed at which it came. It was frozen into ice crystals in the whistling cold wind. The man ignored it and cursed angrily. "So you thought we were the Underworld King's army," Sei-Ito said. "Although it's a misunderstanding, it's just nice we're still lacking a leader. You can be our lord." After saying that, Ito-Sei's eyes lit up and shot out 2 bright silver lights. His mental power turned into an invisible blade, piercing into the man's mind through his eyes and quickly modifying his consciousness. After 3 or 4 seconds, Sei-Ito, "My lord!" The man who regained his freedom immediately knelt on one knee and bowed his head. Seeing the change in the man, Pandora's pupils couldn't help but shrink. "First tell me who you are," Sei-Ito asked. "My lord, I am the guardian of Bruglade, Ice Gladiator Yax." The man, Ice Gladiator Yax, replied. "In other words, this is Bruglade?" Sei-Ito raised his head and looked at the ruins in front of him. "Yes," Yax confirmed. "Then what about the people here?" Seito asked again. Because of the previous attack by the Underworld King's army, in order to ensure the safety of the people, Leader Unity moved everyone to the center of the town for protection, Yox replied. However, when it came to the Underworld King's army, Yox instinctively raised his head and looked at Pandora. His eyes flashed with vigilance. Seito nodded slightly and ordered, "Bring me to the center of the town." Yes. Yox lowered his head and responded. Then he stood up from the ground and led Seito and Pandora through the ruins toward the center of the town. "Yox, can you introduce me to the two people behind you?" Just as Seito and the other two walked a short distance, a soft and dignified voice sounded in their ears. Hearing the voice, Seito and the other two stopped and turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw less than 20 meters in front of them on their right. A young man with long blue hair, a handsome face, and a tall figure, wearing a set of luxurious red clothes, with a cape around his shoulders, and sitting high on a black horse, with two strong Alaskan dogs at his feet, appeared in front of them. "Unity Lord." Yox's expression changed. He quickly knelt on one knee and saluted. "They are." Then, Yox looked hesitant. However, as far as the situation was concerned, rather than saying that he was hesitant, it was better to say that he didn't know at all. After all, before his consciousness was modified by hypnosis, he was fighting with two people. He was in the middle of a battle with two people. Other than knowing that the two of them were very strong, and that one of them had a dark and gloomy aura, which was very similar to the dark gladiator of the Netherworld King's army, he knew nothing about their identities or intentions. At this moment, Seito suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed at Unity, who was sitting high on the horse. Several bright ice rings suddenly emerged from the cold wind and instantly encircled Unity's body. They tightened and restrained him like a rope. "You guys?" Unity, whose body was restrained, changed his expression and shouted in a deep voice. Itose ignored him and changed his hand gesture to a grab. The next moment, Unity, who was sitting high on the horse's back, suddenly appeared in Itose's hand. Unity's neck was tightly gripped by Itose. "Who the hell are you?" Under the push of the palm, Unity, whose face was slightly flushed, asked bitterly with his head tilted back. "You don't need to know this," Seito said lightly. After speaking, the depths of his eyes lit up again, blooming with bright silver light. He released mental power to invade Unity's mind and quickly modified his consciousness. Interesting. During the modification process, Seito, who noticed that Unity's soul quality was much stronger than Ice Gladiator Yox next to him, sneered with interest. However, even if Unity's soul quality was stronger, he still had not broken away from the level of mortals. Naturally, he could not resist Seito's mental manipulation. After a while, he became Seito's puppet just like Ice Gladiator Yox. "Sir." Unity knelt on one knee and saluted. "It is said that the secret treasure of Sea Emperor Poseidon is placed in Bruglade. Is that true?" Seito asked. "That's right. The purpose of him and Pandora coming to this extremely cold place was to find the so-called secret treasure of Poseidon. When he left the Holy Land." Seito suddenly remembered that in the world of Saint Seiya, in addition to Hades, there was also a sealed existence of Sea Emperor Poseidon. However, because he was also an enemy of Athena, as an ally of Athena, Seito naturally could not directly ask Athena about the location of the seal of Sea Emperor Poseidon, so he wanted to try his luck. Instead, he asked Pandora, who had half surrendered to him. The result could be said to be very lucky. Although Pandora did not know the specific location of the seal of Poseidon's soul, she generally knew that it was somewhere in the North Pole and East and West Siberia, which directly reduced Seito's search work by more than half. But what was even more surprising was that Pandora actually knew the location of a secret treasure of Poseidon, which was Bruglade, where they were now. Bruglade was located in the depths of East Siberia. It was in the same area as the place where Poseidon's soul was sealed. Therefore, Seito, who learned the news, did not hesitate and immediately left Greece with Pandora, rushing to Bruglade without stopping midway. Yes. Unity replied with his head lowered. Take me there. Seito's eyes lit up and said quickly. Yes. Unity responded, then stood up. He turned his head to look at Ice Gladiator, who was still kneeling on one knee in the snow, and ordered, Yax, return to your post. Yes. The latter responded respectfully, bowed to Seito and Unity, got up, and quickly disappeared into the wind and snow. Sir, please come with me. Unity invited. Then the three of them moved toward the center of the town without stopping. After about 10 minutes, the three of them came to the center of the town. Under the guidance of Unity, they walked into a European-style stone castle and walked along the corridor paved with brick. They went down the stairs. After walking for a few more minutes, the three of them came to a huge thick stone wooden door. We're here, Unity said as he walked to the door. Then he stretched out his hands, pressed on the thick wooden door and pushed hard. The wooden door opened with a slight friction sound. Then, Unity lifted its leg and walked through the door first. Seito and Pandora did not hesitate and walked in one after another. In an instant, a huge library that was almost bottomless, stacked on top of each other, and each floor was filled with bookshelves filled with thick books. It looked similar to the dimensional library of the Space Administration. Seito and Pandora saw it. There are a lot of books. Seito praised. We, the people of Bruglade, are not only the guardians of Poseidon. We are also the guardians of the world's wisdom. These books can be said to be the most important treasures of Bruglade. Unity explained as he led Seito and Pandora into the depths of the library. Seito, who heard the explanation, nodded slightly and secretly made up his mind. After he reconnected with the Rubik's Cube that had completed the world swallowing process, he would empty all the treasures of Bruglade to enrich his collection. You just said that you, the people of Bruglade, are the guardians of Poseidon? At this time, Seito suddenly raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes. Unity confirmed. Then do you know where Poseidon's soul is sealed? Seito asked. I know. Unity was silent for a moment and replied in a deep voice. Oh? Where is it? Seito's eyes flashed and asked again. In the same place as Poseidon's treasures. Unity replied. Oh, this is really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. Seito shook his head slightly and chuckled. Then the three of them did not speak and walked the rest of the way in silence. Then a stone wall covered with dense patterns of Athena's tridents and strange rings appeared in front of the three of them. This is the inheritance of the gods that you are looking for, where Poseidon's secret treasures and Poseidon's soul seal are stored. Unity stood by the wall and looked back at Seito and Pandora. Then, he raised his hand and tore off the Athena's talisman on the wall. Almost at the moment when the talisman was torn off, a dazzling light immediately bloomed from the wall, illuminating the darkness around the bottom-level library. At the same time, a strong suction force suddenly appeared and pulled Seito, Pandora, and Unity in front of the pattern. Don't resist, Unity reminded. The moment his voice fell, the scene in front of the three of them changed abruptly. A group of buildings full of ancient desolation replaced the previous library space and appeared in front of Seito and Pandora. Although these buildings were still intact, the surface was full of the traces of time. Fine cracks and fresh green were all over them. A huge temple-like building with several stories high and connected by stone stairs was located in the center of the city. The huge statue of Poseidon sat on top of it. Light shone through the blue sky made of seawater and shone on the statue. The ever-changing appearance of the statue made it look very mysterious. This is, Pandora said with her eyes wide open. This is the place guarded by the people of Bruglade, the underwater city, Atlantis. Unity replied. Atlantis. Seito narrowed his eyes and repeated. Sir, please come with me, Unity said. Seito didn't speak. He followed Unity to the huge temple in the center of the city with Pandora. In more than 10 minutes, Seito and the other two came to the huge Greek-style temple-like building. This is the central temple, Unity introduced. Then, the three of them walked into the temple. The first thing that came into view was a spacious hall that was nearly 100 square meters in size. Round stone pillars stood on both sides as support. In the innermost position of the temple, there were two small doors that could allow two people to pass side by side. They were located on the left and right sides of the wall at the inner end of the temple. This way. Unity walked to one of the doors on the left and said, "You seem to be very familiar with this place," Pandora said with a frown. Anetti didn't say anything and walked into the door by himself. Seeing this, Seito smiled, reached out and patted Pandora's shoulder, and followed Unity into the door. Pandora had no choice but to follow. Then a long corridor appeared in front of Seito and Pandora. Chapter 2040. Under Unity's lead, the three of them walked for a few more minutes, and finally stopped at the end of a corridor that could overlook most of the Atlantis city. "That thing is in here." Unity looked at the huge trident pattern carved on the wall on the side of the corridor. "What a powerful microcosm!" Looking at the wall in front of her, Pandora's expression changed slightly as she said in surprise. Unity ignored her and reached out to press on the circular crystal in the center of the trident pattern carved on the wall. Immediately, a strange microcosm aura emanated from Unity's body. Perceiving this aura, Pandora's expression changed. She turned her head and stared at Unity, who was standing in front of the door with vigilance. Sure enough. On the contrary, Seito showed a sure enough smile on his face. Crack, then the stone door cracked open, slowly opening to both sides with the circular crystal as the center. Immediately, the microcosm aura previously perceived from behind the door gushed out of the door in a more majestic manner, oppressing Seito and Pandora. However, Seito, who noticed this, did not dodge. With a thought, a transparent barrier invisible to the naked eye immediately appeared in front of him and Pandora, easily blocking the powerful microcosm power gushing out from behind the wall. Suddenly, a vast hall similar to the temple hall appeared in front of Seito. In the deepest part of the hall, a dazzling light cluster like a small sun was suspended inside, constantly emitting a powerful aura to the outside world. This time, Seito did not use Unity to lead the way. He walked into the hall on his own and went straight to the light cluster. It was also at this time that Seito noticed that the light cluster was not a real light cluster, but a huge water ball sealed by a special power. A naked young woman with blonde hair floated in the water ball as if she was sleeping. A polygonal dark blue crystal wrapped in what appeared to be a coral substance hovered above her ample breasts. It exuded a powerful energy fluctuation. "That is Poseidon's secret treasure, O Harley Steel," Unity said softly as she walked up to the huge water ball with Pandora. Seito nodded, but he didn't immediately reach out to remove the O Harley Steel. Instead, he turned around and looked at Pandora and the young woman in the water ball with interest. What are you looking at?" Pandora, who felt uncomfortable being stared at, asked. "Sure enough, your figure is better." Seito nodded with satisfaction and chuckled. "Humph." Pandora's face turned red when she heard Seito's words. He snorted coldly in shame and anger. Itose chuckled and turned back to look at the woman in the water ball. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the O-Harry steel placed on the woman's chest, which exuded a powerful Neptune's small universe. He pulled out the water ball and sealed it with the space sealing technique. He put it away with a flip of his hand. "Do you know her?" Seito glanced at Unity, who had stopped talking after seeing the woman in the water ball. Her eyes were filled with sadness. "She is my sister," Unity whispered. "She is the only son in Bruglade." "Then why is she here?" Moreover, if I'm not wrong, her body is filled with Poseidon's little universe. Seito raised his eyebrows. I was the one who put her here. Unity took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, a few years ago, my sister passed away due to illness. It was originally just a very ordinary cold, but because of the cold climate of Bruglade, she gradually weakened and died. I fell into despair and even lost everything. At the same time, I didn't have any hope for Bruglade who had lost the sun. Especially when I thought about the future of my hometown where no matter how much I loved it, I could only receive a cruel response. The world that I once envied became an object of hatred. So I hope to gain strength to take revenge on this world. Speaking of this, the aura on Unity's body changed. A set of golden shining armor suddenly appeared on her body. See Gladiator? Pandora, who saw the armor on Unity's body, said with a slight change of expression. But just the current me is not enough. I still need more power. So I want to liberate Poseidon. And my sister's body is the sacrifice I chose as Poseidon's vessel. Unity clenched her fists and said loudly with her aura fluctuating. But, however, at this moment, Seito's arm moved, and a soft sound echoed in the quiet temple hall. Have you calmed down? Seito looked coldly at Unity, whose head was on the other side. Yes, sir. I was rude earlier. Unity's aura converged. She turned her head and said respectfully, take out the instrument that seals Poseidon. Seito's expression was noncommittal as he ordered. Yes, Unity replied. Then, the power of the small universe that had just calmed down burst out again. Under the influence of its strange small universe power, a large piece of coral material began to emerge and quickly piled up. In the blink of an eye, it grew to the height of half a person. Then, it suddenly separated to the left and right, revealing a baby-sized silver-white pot with an Athena amulet on the surface. Sir, this is the artifact that seals the soul of Poseidon, the pot of Athena. Unity took out the big pot from the coral and handed it to Seito. Seito reached out and took the pot of Athena and glanced at it. Although he did not feel the aura similar to the O'Hare steel, it should not be wrong just by looking at the style and the familiar aura from the Athena amulet. Moreover, he was very confident in his hypnotism. He believed that with the quality of Unity's soul, it would be difficult for her to break free. Naturally, she would not deceive him with a fake thing, so he put away the pot of Athena with ease. Let's go, send us back. Seito, who put away the pot of Athena, looked at Unity and ordered. Yes, Unity replied. Then, she took a deep look at her sister's peaceful face floating in the water and withdrew her gaze. She left the hall with Seito and Pandora, closed the door, and left the temple along the original path. They came to another place in Atlantis where there was a pattern formed by a trident and a strange ring. They stood still and activated the small universe to activate the pattern. In a dazzling light, they left Atlantis and returned to the huge library in Bruglade. There was no need for Unity to accompany them. Seito stayed in the library for 3 days like a master, casually browsing some books that had the so-called wisdom of the world. Then, he left Bruglade with Pandora and moved to the nearby Celestial Empire. After arriving in the Celestial Empire, they continued to visit the Pamir Plateau where the Jamil tribe was located. This journey took 3 to 4 months. It was not until the spring of the second year that Seito and Pandora officially arrived near the Jamil tribe in the depths of the Pamir Plateau. Wait for me here. Seito, who stopped, turned his head and said to Pandora beside him. Yes. After nearly half a year of adjustment, Pandora, who had completely regarded herself as Seito's subordinate, answered straightforwardly. After receiving the answer, Seito did not hesitate. He immediately activated instant transmission and disappeared from Pandora's side. The next moment, somewhere in the Jamil tribe's residence, Seito's figure suddenly appeared. Long time no see, Rang Yi, Seito said with a smile as he looked at Rangyi, who was dressed casually in front of him and turned to look at him. Yeah, long time no see. Rangyi raised her hand and brushed her golden hair that was blown by the wind as she responded. What brings you here this time? Rangyi then asked. To collect interest. Seito smiled frivolously. Rangyi did not understand what Seito was talking about. She had a puzzled look on her face. Have you forgotten? You still owe me a reward. Seito chuckled. Hearing this, Rangyi's cheeks immediately turned red as she recalled what had happened back then. She turned her head away and said stiffly, Didn't you already fulfill your promise when you were in the sanctuary? I don't owe you anything anymore. But Yiren messed up that time, and I didn't really kiss you, so it doesn't count. Seito retorted straightforwardly. I don't care. Anyway, the promise has been fulfilled. After Rangyi finished speaking, she did not give Seito a chance to speak. She immediately activated instant transmission and left. You can't escape, Rangyi. With that said, Itose also launched his instant transmission ability, chasing after the trajectory of the time remnant flow, catching up with Jinyi. The next moment, on a certain high ground, Rangyi and Seito's figures appeared one after the other. Then, without waiting for Rangyi to move again, Seito immediately waved his arm and used the power of the space rule to seal the movement of the surrounding spatial particles. Then, he stepped forward and hugged Rangyi. Rangyi turned her body and dodged like a spinning top. Seito smiled slightly. He did not seem to do anything, but Rangyi's figure immediately stopped in midair like a still picture. Then, Seito leaped forward and hugged Rangyi's body. While the latter's eyes were filled with panic, he lowered his head and kissed her lips without holding back. Ugh! Rangyi instinctively let out a low moan after being attacked. Then, the imprisonment disappeared. Seito kissed Rangyi while holding her body and floated back to the ground. After a moment, Seito let go of Rangyi, whose face was slightly red, and said softly, Come with me. Go with you for what? Rangyi lowered her head and asked. Naturally, wherever I go, you follow me. Seito smiled. Chapter 2041. I am a warrior of the Jamil clan. Rangyi turned her head and said. No one said you weren't, Seito continued. I plan to survive as a warrior, Rangyi said softly. The holy war is over. Under the glory of Athena, the world is destined to usher in a long period of peace, so your persistence is meaningless. Unless you hope that there will be some blind gods who will fight with Athena for the right to rule the land, Seito said lightly. I don't think so, Rangyi shook her head. I know. And I don't plan to let you be like a traditional woman. You can still maintain the identity of a warrior, but from now on, you will have me by your side, just like some warrior families in your clan, Seito explained. And weren't you born in such a family? Seito asked softly. Rangyi was speechless. Come with me, I will take you to see a different world. Seito broke the silence after a moment of silence. Let me think about it, Rangyi said softly. Okay. I will stay with you for a while to complete the final transaction with your master, Bai Li. You have time to think about this, Seito smiled. Okay, Rangyi replied softly. Then, her cheeks blushed as she whispered, Can you let me go now? No, Seito refused straightforwardly. At the same time, he tightened his arms and hugged Rangyi even more tightly in his arms. But in the next moment, Rangyi lifted her foot and stomped hard on Seito's foot. Seito immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and pretended to be in pain. He let go of Rangyi's body. This is the lesson for being disobedient. Rangyi quickly jumped away with a faint smile on her face. Then, she didn't stay any longer. Like a spiritual ape in the forest, she jumped away from Seito. After Yi disappeared, Itose immediately put away his disguise, smiled, and used instant transmission to leave the place, returning to Pandora, who was waiting outside the Jamil family's land. Seito looked at Pandora and said, "I'll be staying here for a while. You can go back to the mainland and find a place to stay. Once I'm done here, I'll go find you." "Yes," Pandora replied in a low voice. At this moment, Seito suddenly walked in front of Pandora and pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed Pandora's lips fiercely. The latter, on the other hand, seemed to be used to it. He closed his eyes and a faint look of enjoyment appeared on his face. "Go." A moment later, Itose reached out his hand and pinched Pandora's buttocks hard before letting her go. "Yes." Her cheeks reddened. Pandora replied softly with tears in her eyes. She turned around and left the highland. Facing the cold wind that occasionally blew from the highland, she headed inland. Not long after, she disappeared from Seito's sight. After that, Seito watched Pandora leave. He retracted his gaze and adjusted his wrinkled clothes. He walked down the highland and stepped into the Jamil tribe's residence through the normal way. Almost as soon as he stepped into the Jamil tribe's residence, two young men with the unique characteristics of the Jamil tribe, cicada eyebrows, instantly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. "Who are you?" one of them asked. Perhaps it was because of the temperament of the entire tribe that they were more peaceful, or for some other reason, but the tone and attitude of the person who asked the question were more amiable. "My name is Ching. I'm an old acquaintance of Elder Bailey. I have something to discuss with him. Please inform him." Since the other party was so amiable, Seito naturally wouldn't act overbearing and domineering. He spoke calmly as well. Hearing this, the two Jamil warriors looked at each other. They could see the surprise in each other's eyes. "Wait here for a moment," the young man who asked the question said. Then, he nodded at the other Jamil warrior beside him. He turned around and ran into the inner part of the residence. Seito knew that the other party was going to inform the others. He smiled at the person who stayed behind and looked around the Jamil tribe's residence. The Jamil tribe's residence was built in a spacious canyon. The houses were all built with stones. They were squarish and disorderly. However, the distance between them was a little large, making the buildings look very scattered. It gave people a feeling that there weren't many people living here. Most of the houses had colorful cloth and a small number of animal skins hanging on the outer walls. It was very characteristic of the Tibetan nomad. Men, women, and children dressed in Tibetan clothing walked around from time to time, making low noises. It added to the liveliness of the buildings, so that people who mistakenly entered the place wouldn't think that it was the remains of some ancient civilization. After 3 to 4 minutes, the young warrior who left earlier reappeared in front of Seito. "Please come with me. The elder is waiting for you," the young warrior said to Seito. Seito nodded and followed the warrior to the buildings not far away. Finally, they stopped in front of a house with a round spire on the roof. The spire was connected to the 4 corners of the house by hemp rope. Small flags of various colors were hung on the rope. "The elder is inside. You can go in," the young warrior said. "Thank you." Seito thanked him and stepped forward to lift the curtain that blocked the sand and stepped into the room. "It really is you. After disappearing for so long, why did you suddenly remember to come here?" Bailey's body was half leaning on the stone chair. Beside his feet was the long sword that was soaked in the blood of the previous generation Athena and turned into a sacred weapon. He smiled as he looked at Seito, who walked in. "I'm here to see Rang Yi and also to complete the unfinished business between you and me." Seito casually looked around the room and curled his lips. He didn't dare to compliment Bailey's living habit. "Rang Yi, huh? I thought you had forgotten about her since you had that woman Pandora by your side," Bailey laughed. "They are different," Seito said softly. The expression on Bailey's face changed. He quietly looked at Seito for a moment, then sat up and said softly, "When do you plan to start learning?" Anytime, Seito replied. Then tomorrow, Bailey decided. He then stood up from his seat and said, "Let's go. I will take you to your place first." Bailey then led Seito out of his house. The residents in the settlement greeted them from time to time as they walked to a building. It was still a square house, and like Bailey's house, there was no door. There were only two thick curtains that were half the width of a person hanging down. The inside of the house was divided into two parts. The front part looked like a living room, but there was a square pit in the middle of the room. Some firewood that had not been completely burned was piled up in the pit. Needless to say, that was the stove. As for the back part, although Bailey didn't see it, it was probably a bedroom. "Before you leave, this house is yours," Bailey said domineeringly. In response, Seito pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Bailey then roughly explained to Seito some of the rules of living in the Jamil clan, as well as the methods to obtain water, vegetables, and food. After that, Bailey left him and turned to leave the house. From the next day onwards, Bailey taught Seito all the inherited information of the Jamil clan about the restoration of the Holy Garment, as well as the remaining information about the manufacturing of the Holy Garment, as well as the cultivation experience and techniques of the Jamil clan about psychokinesis. As for the cultivation experience and techniques of psychokinesis, it wasn't that Bailey suddenly felt kind or something. Instead, it was because the restoration of the Holy Garment had some information about psychokinesis. Therefore, Bailey thought that instead of hiding it and making things difficult for both sides, it was better to completely disclose this information to deepen the relationship between Seito, the Jamil clan, and the Sanctum. That was why he didn't hide it. Just like that, more than a month passed by in the blink of an eye while learning from Bailey. The most obvious benefit he gained was that even though Seito hadn't mastered the power of the small universe, he could still successfully repair the bronze Holy Garment with psychokinesis alone. As for the silver Holy Garment, it was very rare for it to be damaged without a great battle. Therefore, even if Seito wanted to practice with that Holy Garment, he didn't have the opportunity to do so. He could only watch helplessly. "I have nothing else to teach you. The only thing left is to accumulate experience." After Seito used psychokinesis and the blood of a warrior who had mastered the small universe to repair a broken bronze Holy Garment, Bailey said emotionally, "Then the deal between us is over," Seito said as he threw the small golden hammer and the small golden all back to Bailey. In fact, at this time, Seito also understood why Bailey was so willing to teach Seito the inheritance of his clan to an outsider. In the beginning, it was because Seito had shown enough strength to be worth the effort to rope him in. It was also because Bailey wasn't afraid that Seito would master these things and pass them on to someone else. Because in this world, other than the Jamil tribe, there was no other tribe that was born with psychokinesis. And psychokinesis was an indispensable part of the job of repairing the Holy Garment. So this alone had cut off the possibility of other tribes mastering this skill. Of course, it was one thing to rely on the cultivation of the small universe to give birth to psychokinesis. However, there was another condition that cut off this possibility: the golden hammer and golden all in Bailey's hands. Without them, even someone like Seito, who had mastered the Holy Garment repair technique, could only stare at the broken Holy Garment and couldn't do anything useful. Chapter 2042. P.S. Thanks to Sacred Knight, Speed Rabbit, without a trace in the snow, Zhang Xiaozhong, ZWJZWJ, Halcyon, Gu 168-878-0145, and Blood Battles in 3 Worlds for their precious monthly votes. A few days later, on a certain highland outside the Jamil clan's residence. "Let's go." Seito spoke softly to Rangyi, who was beside him. She was wearing a red shawl, a red scarf, and a pair of beige boxer shorts. Her blonde hair was tied into a ponytail and fluttered in the wind. She was carrying a silver-white rectangular metal box that was half the height of a man on her back. She was looking at the settlement from afar. This was Ito's greatest gain during his stay in the Jamil clan for more than a month. Apart from the inheritance of the holy garment repair technique and part of the forging method, he should have obtained. After spending a month with Ito, Yi finally made up her mind to wander the world with him. Okay, Rangyi replied softly. Then, she retracted her gaze and walked into the distance with Ito. It didn't take long for them to disappear into the vast wilderness. More than a month later, Ito and Rangyi returned inland with the goal of traveling and improving their relationship. Finally, they stopped in front of a large courtyard in a scenic city in the southwest. Itomori stepped forward and raised his hand to knock on the door. Clang, clang, clang. Creak. A moment later, accompanied by the strange sound of an old wooden shaft turning, the tightly shut door was opened from the inside. You two are? The honest-looking gatekeeper was puzzled. Inform your master that Mr. Ching has arrived, Ito said softly. Please wait for a moment. Let me inform the master. The gatekeeper looked hesitantly at Ito and Rangyi. He greeted them politely and closed the door again with a bang. It wasn't until approximately 5 minutes later that the door was opened wide again, accompanied by a series of hurried footsteps. Pandora, who was dressed in a long black dress, and 2 to 3 maids wearing the unique clothing of the mainlanders of this era, appeared from within. When she saw Pandora, Rangyi's expression froze for a moment. My lord, Pandora called out. As soon as she said that, the maids and gatekeepers around her immediately looked surprised. They all looked at Ito in surprise. Ito-sei nodded slightly as a greeting. He didn't speak and walked into the courtyard with Mei. Then, under the guidance of Pandora, they came to the backyard where only the master could enter. He sat down in one of the rooms. This is Junyi. Ito-sei pointed at Junyi and introduced her. Rangyi glanced at Pandora and didn't say anything. This is Pandora. Itsunari, who knew Ye's character, didn't care. He pointed to Pandora and introduced her. Pandora, who had her own pride, shot a glance at Jean and did not speak to her either. Pandora, go prepare a room. Rangyi and I have been traveling for a month. We're tired, Ito ordered. Yes, Pandora agreed. She got up and left the room. After Pandora left, Rangyi looked at Ito and said, So she's the actual commander of the Underworld King's army. A pitiful woman played by the twin gods. Before Yi finished speaking, Itomori, who knew what she was going to ask, took the lead and explained, After the Holy War, I kept her by my side. Now she is my subordinate. Yemo was speechless. Let go of the Divine Realm and the Underworld King's army. We're just ourselves now. Let's enjoy this peaceful life as humans. Itomori opened his mouth again and tried to persuade him. Rangyi nodded and accepted Ito's words. After the first small problem, the next thing was simple. Under Ito-sei's intentional or unintentional mediation, the three of them began to live under the same roof. Half a year later, Athena's reincarnation, Sasa, was half forcefully taken out of the divine realm by Ito and became a new member of this strange family. Naturally, the home that had become a lot more harmonious due to the habit became lively again. Either Pandora didn't like Athena, or Rangyi fought with Pandora because of Athena, or Athena and Ito were angry. There weren't many peaceful days in the month. Just like this, another year and a half passed in the blink of an eye. Slap. On this day, with a muffled sound, Ito-sei raised his hand and caught Yi Dali's kick. What's wrong? Seeing that Zhang Ye did not continue to attack, he looked at Ito-sei with a puzzled expression and asked with a joyful smile on his face. There's something good. Ito turned and kissed Rangyi's smooth leg. He laughed. Come on, let's stop practicing. Let's go back to the house. Then, Ito-sei let go of his hand. He called out. Rangyi looked at Ito in confusion, withdrew her leg, and followed the happy Sei-Ito back to the big house. Master. Seeing Sei-Ito come in, Pandora, who was sitting in the house, quickly stood up and took a white towel from the maid beside her and handed it to Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito took the towel and wiped the non-existent sweat on his face. He then handed the towel back to Pandora and ordered, "Call Athena here." "Yes," Pandora replied. She then turned to the maid beside her and said, "Go and call Athena over." "Yes," the maid replied and then slowly left the room. After 3 to 4 minutes, Athena, who was still wearing a Greek-style white dress, slowly walked into the room. "Athena, Sama." Seeing Athena, Rangyi greeted. "Good morning, Rangyi." Athena smiled and returned the greeting. Then she greeted Sei-Ito and Pandora. "Good morning, Pandora." "Humph." Pandora snorted and turned her head to the side. "Good morning." Sei-Ito smiled and returned the greeting. After living together for more than a year and a half, Athena, who had long been accustomed to Pandora's attitude and did not have a temper, did not mind. She looked at Sei-Ito with a puzzled expression and asked, "Okay, what's the matter?" "Yes." Sei-Ito smiled and confirmed. Then, under the gazes of Pandora, Athena, and Rangyi, he continued, "I plan to take you back to my hometown." "Your hometown?" Athena was puzzled. At the same time, Yi and Pandora's expressions were also filled with questions. They could not help but feel puzzled. After living under the same roof with Sei-Ito for so long, they could not help but feel puzzled. It could be said that every day was very leisurely. If he really wanted to take them to his hometown, he could have done it before. Why did he only mention it now? "Yes, my hometown," Sei-Ito said softly. Then, he turned to look at Pandora and asked, "Pandora, do you remember what I said when we first met?" Pandora was taken aback. Then, he frowned slightly and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. "You're right, Pandora. My hometown is not in this world, but in another world." Sei-Ito smiled. "Another world?" Rangyi was surprised. Sei-Ito smiled and did not answer. Instead, he got up and said to Athena and the other two together, "I'll give you 10 minutes to get your personal belongings, and then we'll set off for my hometown." After that, without waiting for the three to respond, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room in an instant, leaving only a lingering voice that dissipated in the air. "I'm going out for a while, I'll be back in a while." Pandora, who stayed in the room, first looked at Rangyi and Athena. Then she snorted coldly and turned to leave the room. Although Rangyi and Athena looked a little hesitant, they did not persist for long and left the room one after another. They returned to the house and began to pack their belongings. On the other side, Sei-Ito, who used his teleportation ability to leave the house, instantly appeared in the huge library of Brulegd in eastern Siberia. Then, with a thought, a dark hole opened behind him. Like the big mouth of a monster, it quickly devoured all the books in the library. And this dark hole was none other than the passage created by the Rubik's Cube to the Rubik's Cube world. In other words, after more than 2 years of waiting, the Rubik's Cube, which had devoured the 2 worlds of Sun Qin-ji and Dream of the Red Chamber, finally contacted him and could take him out of this world and return to the main world. Under the great power of the Rubik's Cube world, only a minute passed. All the books in Brulegd's huge library were transferred into the Rubik's Cube world and temporarily placed in the unsorted library, waiting for the library's management robot to sort them out again. After collecting all the books of Brugelgeed, Ito-sei glanced at the empty library again and thought of something. He disappeared from the library and appeared in the city of Atlantis in the depths of the sea. Without hesitation, he walked straight to the central temple in the center of the city. In just a few minutes, Ito-sei stood in front of the central palace again. He didn't stop walking. He walked along the same path as last time and came to the wall with a huge trident pattern. He opened the door with force. A huge sealed hall immediately appeared in front of Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito stepped into the hall, stepped on the stone path, and stood in front of a serene woman wrapped in a ball of rolling energy. Poor woman. Looking at the blonde woman in the ball of water, Ito said softly. Then, with a thought, he immediately transferred the woman and the ball of water that wrapped her into the Rubik's Cube world. After putting the woman away, Ito, who no longer needed Brulegged, disappeared from Atlantis in a flash. He appeared in the house where he, Athena, Pandora, and Rang Yi were staying. He sat down in the room from before. Not long after he returned to his room, Pandora, Athena, and Jean-Baptiste appeared in the room one after another. Athena, who was carrying a silver box on her back, was holding a scepter with a golden bird on the tip, and Jean-Baptiste. "Are you done packing?" Ito asked the three of them. The three of them nodded in unison. "All right, let's go." Ito got up and said. Then, he stepped forward and suddenly hugged Athena and Rang Yi's waist. With a thought, he disappeared from the room with Athena, Rang Yi, and Pandora. The next moment, the four of them appeared in the Rubik's Cube world in a flash. "We're here," Ito said. Rang Yi, Pandora, and Athena looked over, and a bustling modern city scene greeted their eyes. "Welcome to my world, my country." Ito let go of the two of them and walked to the three of them. He opened his arms and said with a smile, "And from now on, you'll completely escape from your original destiny and become the masters of your own destiny. Congratulations, Pandora, Rang Yi, and Athena. Let's go. I'll bring you guys to familiarize yourself with the city you'll be living in the future," Ito said with a smile. "The city we'll be living in?" Athena's expression changed slightly when she heard that, and she repeated. Similarly, Rang Yi's eyes flickered slightly. Pandora was the only one who didn't show any abnormalities on her face. However, it made sense. For someone like her who had nothing, anywhere was the same. "Yes. Haven't you been living like an ordinary girl all this time? This place can fulfill your wish. From now on, the people of the sanctuary will no longer disturb you and ask you to go back to being some goddess," Ito said with a smile. "But," Athena said with a conflicted expression. "Come on, start learning to be yourself, Sasa," Ito said softly as he stepped forward and raised his right hand gently, placing it in front of Sasa. Sasa looked hesitant. She looked at the palm that was close at hand and was at a loss. This again. Why, you can't let go of your identity as a goddess. If that's the case, why did you choose to be reincarnated as a human?" Pandora, who saw Sasa's hesitation, sneered with disdain. Sasa opened her mouth, but she didn't know how to answer. "That's why I said you're a hypocrite," Pandora said with a voice full of resentment. "Pandora!" At this moment, Rang Yi finally couldn't stand it anymore and said with a frown. "Humph." Pandora turned her head and looked at Rang Yi. She knew that she might not be able to take her down if they really fought, so she snorted coldly, turned her head to the side, and kept quiet. "Madam Athena, maybe you can try living here as Sasa for a while before making a decision," Rang Yi said softly to Sasa when she saw that Pandora was silent. "Rang Yi." Sasa looked up at Rang Yi, and the latter nodded gently. Then, Sasa retracted her gaze and looked at Ito again. She hesitantly raised her hand and placed her palm in his. Seeing this, Ito-sei smiled slightly and took Pandora, Sasa, and Rang Yi away from the tall building where they appeared. They came to the bustling city of the lower city and strolled around the city with them. Chapter 2043. P.S. Thank you to Fei Xianyuan Yanjun and Sheer for your precious monthly votes. In the world of Saint Seiya, Ito's figure suddenly appeared with the birth of a void ripple. "It's time to retrieve the last few items." Ito chuckled. With that, he pointed his finger forward, and a distorted stargate formed by crisscrossing white stripes immediately appeared before Ito's eyes. It was the extra-dimensional passage that only God and those who were permitted by God could enter, the passage of God. Then, Seito stepped forward and flew toward the dark passage at the center of the passage, following the strong suction force generated by the passage. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the black hole. Then, the passage shrunk and disappeared into the void once again. After traveling at superluminal speed for an unknown amount of time, Seito's eyes lit up. A beautiful world that looked like an otherworldly paradise appeared before Seito's eyes. It should be here, right? Looking at everything before him, Seito mumbled hesitantly. Forget it, I'll ask someone. Thinking of this, Seito did not hesitate and immediately spread out his spirit to search the surrounding space. Not long after, the silhouettes of several beautiful women wearing Greek-style white gauze dresses were transmitted into his mind through his spirit perception. Then, Seito moved and appeared beside the women. "Hello, everyone." Ito Seiji greeted the others. "Ah." The women who suddenly heard the stranger's voice were shocked and quickly turned to look at Seito. "Hello." The women returned the greeting. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Then, a woman with long, soft green hair among the women asked. "Excuse me, I'd like to ask, where is this place?" Seito smiled gently and asked softly. "You don't know?" Next to the woman with long green hair, a woman with long blue hair blinked her big clear eyes and asked curiously. Yes," Seito admitted with a hollow laugh. "Looks like you're the new chosen one." The blue-haired woman looked at Seito with interest. Said, "This is the pure land of bliss created by Lord Hades. Only those who meet the requirements can enter this place," the green-haired woman explained with a gentle smile. "I see." Seito suddenly understood. At the same time, he thought to himself that it was the Pure Lands. "No wonder you're so beautiful," Seito joked as he looked at the girls in front of him. "Thank you," the green-haired woman said with a smile. "Then do you know where Lord Hades' temple is?" "I want to thank him for letting me come here," Seito said. "I'm afraid it's not possible now." The green-haired woman shook her head. "Why?" Seito pretended to be surprised and asked. "Lord Hades isn't in the Pure Lands right now. As for what he's doing? We don't know," the green-haired woman explained. "Then, do you know where Lord Hades' temple is?" "Since I can't see Lord Hades in person, I can go to his temple and pay my respects," Seito said again. "You're an interesting person," the blue-haired woman said with a smile. Seito looked at the blue-haired woman in surprise. "Little sister, don't talk nonsense." The green-haired woman pulled the blue-haired woman's arm and said in a low voice. Then she looked at Seito and said apologetically, "I'm sorry." "It's nothing," Seito waved his hand casually. "If you walk east from here, it'll take you about 3 days. You'll see many temples, and the largest one is where Lord Hades lives." The green-haired woman didn't say anything else when she saw that Seito didn't mind and pointed the way for Seito. "Who are the other temples?" Seito asked in confusion. "The temple that's slightly smaller than Lord Hades is Lord Persephone's. Around them are the temples of the god of sleep Hypnos and the god of death Danados, as well as the goddess of rest Macaria," the green-haired woman explained. "Are they all in the Pure Lands right now?" Seito's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he quickly asked. "Lady Persephone, the underworld queen, hasn't returned to the Pure Lands for a long time. As for the god of death, Danados, and the god of sleep, Hypnos, they are just like Lord Hades. They're temporarily out and haven't returned. As for Lord Macaria, she should still be in the underworld," the green-haired woman said. When she mentioned the last god, she looked a bit hesitant. It seemed that she wasn't sure if Macaria was in the Pure Lands. "I see. Thank you, beautiful lady," Seito thanked her with a smile. "You're welcome," the green-haired woman smiled gently. "Then I'll go to the temple first. If fate wills it, I believe we'll meet again." "Let's have a good chat then," Seito said. "Okay," the green-haired woman said. Following which, Seito bid farewell to the green-haired woman, the blue-haired woman, and the several other beautiful women beside them. He then turned and strode toward the east, quickly disappearing from the women's sight. Then, without hesitation, Ito-sei condensed his spiritual force into a bundle. He stretched his concentration to the east and activated instantaneous movement to move toward the east. With this combination of probing and traveling, Sei-Ito found the group of temples the green-haired woman had mentioned in just half an hour. His figure immediately flashed. He appeared in front of the largest temple. The top of the temple was in the shape of a triangle. It stood above the main body of the temple and protruded outwards. It was supported by more than a dozen round limestone pillars with many diamond marks. A huge door that could fit 4 people side by side appeared on the wall of the temple, directly facing the long stone staircase below. On the left and right sides of the temple, there was a long rectangular building surrounded by pillars. There was also a door on the wall facing the same direction as the entrance of the temple, but Shiyen didn't know what it was for. Not far from this huge temple, there was a similar style, shape, and style, but surrounded by flowers and vines. Sei-Ito knew that this was the temple of the underworld Empress Persephone. After sizing up the temple, Sei-Ito withdrew his gaze and stepped into the temple. The first thing he saw was an open hall. There were pillars behind the door frames on both sides and in front of the huge statue of Hades in the innermost part of the hall, creating a corridor that led directly to the statue of Hades. Several beautiful men and women in white sacrificial robes were moving around in the temple with a pious look on their faces. On the walls on the left and right sides of the temple, as well as on the left and right sides of the statue, there was a small temple door that led to other places in the temple. But Sei-Ito, who didn't have time to search door by door, moved his fingers slightly and released more than a dozen nanoscale reconnaissance machines from the Rubik's Cube world. He ordered them to spread out and explore the entire Temple of Hades. During this process, Sei-Ito stayed invisible and waited for the news from the reconnaissance machines. Time paid off. In just a little more than 10 minutes, a complete map of the temple appeared on the receiver in Sei-Ito's hand. Suspicious places with strange energy reactions were marked with red dots one by one. It seems that I have to go there myself. After memorizing the map in his hand, Sei-Ito put away the receiver and walked to the nearest red dot while muttering in a low voice. The first place was nothing noteworthy. Judging from the equipment inside, it should be something that Hades usually uses, so it was contaminated with his small universe aura and emitted an abnormal reaction. The second place was also not worth paying attention to because it was a bathing pool, but the water was not ordinary water. Then the third place, the fourth place. It wasn't until the fifth place that Sei-Ito finally found what he was looking for, Hades' body. At this moment, Hades was lying flat on a dark jade bed. He was wearing a luxurious pitch-black divine robe. His hands were crossed and placed lightly on his abdomen. His eyes were closed and his face was peaceful. It was impossible to tell that he was a terrifying god who wanted to destroy all of humanity. "Come with me," Sei-Ito smiled. As he said that, he opened the entrance of the Rubik's Cube world above Hades' body and covered him. Probably feeling the danger, the divine robe on Hades' body burst out with a powerful divine aura, forcibly resisting the Rubik's Cube world's devouring. It stirred the space at the entrance into a riot, emitting an extremely dangerous spatial aura. Seeing this, Sei-Ito frowned and temporarily closed the entrance of the Rubik's Cube world. "I forgot that the divine robes in this world have souls. They are not simply inanimate objects," Sei-Ito whispered, then changed the topic and sneered. "However, without the support of the Master's power and soul, how strong can you be?" After saying that, Sei-Ito stretched out his hand and used his index and middle fingers as sword fingers. Using the void as paper and the round force in his body as ink, he wrote in the air. In an instant, a Taoist cloud pattern with a dazzling golden light was written. "Go!" At this moment, Sei-Ito whispered. The golden light turned into a stream of light and shot towards the divine robe on Hades' body. However, just like resisting the Rubik's Cube world's devouring, the pitch-black cosmic energy burst out from the divine robe and forcibly resisted the golden words. Humph! Seito coldly snorted and continued to use his sword fingers to write the golden words in the air. In an instant, streaks of golden cloud patterns shot towards the divine robe like meteors falling from the sky. With a series of sizzling sounds, they pressed down on the divine robe. After a few minutes, there was a whong sound and the black cosmic energy on the divine robe exploded. Then, it was imprinted on the divine robe by the golden cloud patterns. In an instant, the black light on the surface of the divine robe dimmed, and it became silent. Chapter 2045. When Seito saw the god's clothing change, he did not hesitate. His heart jumped. He put Hades' body and the god's clothing into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, without stopping, he left Hades' temple. He went to the 3 smaller temples not far away. Although the 3 temples were small, they had everything. They had everything that Hades' temple had. Even the layout was similar. It saved Seito a lot of trouble. He quickly found the sleeping god Hypnos and the god of death Danados in 2 of the temples. He sealed them and moved them into the Rubik's Cube world. After that, it was the god's body of the 4 dream gods. Rubik's Cube, can heaven absorb it? Itose, who had completed all the tasks of this trip, stood in the sky above the pure land of bliss, overlooking the complete and happy world under his feet, and asked in his heart. Yes. The Rubik's Cube said. Then absorb it. Seito decided. Yes. Along with the Rubik's Cube's answer, somewhere deep in the universe of the world of Saint Seiya, far away from Earth, a huge black hole suddenly appeared. It produced an endless suction force, sucking in a magnificent cluster of stars in front of it and forcefully pulling it into the black hole. Seito knew the Rubik's Cube had started to consume heaven. He did not stay in heaven. He returned to the Rubik's Cube world. The next moment, Seito, Sasa, Pandora, and Rangyi appeared on a beach. Are you ready? Seito looked at Sasa and the others mysteriously. What? Sasa asked. Itose smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't do anything, but a strange force suddenly came to the seaside where the 4 of them were. It directly separated the space of several kilometers around the 4 of them. Then, space rippled. A silver-haired girl appeared in the air. She was wearing a Greek-style white dress. She had a wreath of olive branches on her head. Sasa, Pandora, and Rangyi felt the difference in her presence. They looked up at the person. You are here. Seito looked at the person and smiled. Why did you call me here? The person asked coldly. Feel it. See if you can find anything. Seito pointed at Sasa and smiled. The newcomer turned his gaze and looked at Sasa. Although there was no action or pressure, a heavy pressure instantly fell on Sasa's body, making her involuntarily operate the sacred little universe that belonged to the goddess in her body. Suddenly, a warm presence came out of Sasa's body. Sensing that aura, the person's brows furrowed imperceptibly. Do you feel it? Itomori asked with a dark smile. What are you trying to say? The person asked. Come, let me introduce you. Seito smiled. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he pointed at the silver-haired girl and introduced her to Pandora, Sasa, and Rangyi. This is Athena, the legendary goddess of war and wisdom. She is also the goddess of night and the goddess of death. Hearing that, Rangyi and Pandora's expressions changed. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Athena. This is Sasa, the reincarnation of Athena from another world. Seito pointed at Sasa and introduced her to Athena. She has fallen to the point of being reincarnated as a human. What a shame. Athena sneered. Sasa looked bitter. She did not know what to do. From this, one could see the fundamental difference in temperament between the Athena of the God Slayer and the Athena of the Saint Seiya world. Tell me, why did you call me here? Athena ignored Sasa and turned to look at Seito. She asked. Nothing. I just want you to meet her, Seito said innocently. So what if I meet her? Athena said. Haven't you ever thought about why there are so many you? Ito Sei's expression became serious as he looked at Athena and said softly. Athena narrowed her eyes. A glint flashed in her eyes. As the goddess of wisdom, Athena's mind was agile. She thought of several speculations almost instantly. Then, she looked at Sasa, who was at a loss, and her figure flashed. She disappeared from everyone's sight. Along with her departure, the space that had been sliced apart instantly recovered. The meeting between the two of you is really interesting, Seito said to Sasa with a smile. Is that really Athena? Just then, Rangi asked in disbelief. I can tell you with certainty that it is. And if it is possible, we will meet more Athena in the future. Seito looked straight into Rangi's eyes. Rangi was stunned. This caused Yi-chun to be dumbfounded. Obviously, as the Saint Seiya who guarded Athena, she did not know what to do for a while. Don't think so much. Don't forget, since you came to this world, you have already jumped out of your original destiny. So, you just need to do everything according to your own ideas. Seito looked at Rangi, who was in a daze. My own ideas. Rangi murmured softly, then turned to look at Sasa. The latter also felt something and turned his head to look at her. I know what to do. After a while, Rangi said with a firm expression. Seito looked at Rangi and Sasa. He could roughly guess Rangi's thoughts and did not say anything. He nodded and said, Rangi, you and Sasa stay here for a while. I'll take Pandora to see another person. After witnessing the existence of two Athena, Pandora, who vaguely knew who the person she was going to see later, felt her heart tighten and a nervous expression appeared on her face. Okay. Rangi turned to look at Pandora and nodded in agreement. After receiving the answer, Seito walked to Pandora's side and reached out to wrap his arm around her waist. After saying, "We'll be back soon," he immediately disappeared with Pandora. The next moment, in the secluded world attached to the God-Slayer continent, Seito and Pandora appeared, standing in an ancient Greek-style hall. "Yo, my adopted son, have you come to see me?" Almost as soon as the two of them appeared, a brisk and crisp female voice filled with origin chi rang out in the hall. Then the surrounding clouds wriggled, and a petite girl wearing a white one-piece dress with her arms wrapped in sleeves and shoulders exposed walked out. Her long purple hair that refracted a faint light was tied into two ponytails with two white ribbons. Her ears were long and pointed, like a legendary elf. Below her earlobes was a pair of dark red gemstone earrings that were as large as plums. "How many times have I told you? Don't call me your adopted son." Seito sighed helplessly. "But you are indeed my adopted son, the demon king of this world," Pandora said with a smile. Then she turned to look at the black-haired Pandora and asked, "Who is she? Is she your new woman?" "Ah yes. How is it? Not bad, right?" Seito chuckled with a strange expression. "Not bad. She has the charm of a witch." Pandora looked up and down at Black Pandora and said, "Carefully feel her soul," Seito reminded. Pandora looked at Seito with a puzzled expression and felt Black Pandora's soul as instructed. Then her face turned surprised, and the way she looked at Black Pandora became strange. "Where did you find her?" Pandora asked. "Other worlds," Seito replied. "No wonder." When Seito was answering the question, Pandora, who had walked to Black Pandora, suddenly understood. Then she looked at Black Pandora with a gentle face full of motherly radiance and said softly, "Poor woman." Black Pandora's body tightened, and then a sadness surged from the depths of her soul. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. "Cry. You'll be fine once you cry it all out," The petite Pandora stood on her tiptoes, stretched out her hands and hugged Black Pandora's head, and said softly. Black Pandora squatted down, buried her head in Pandora's chest, hugged her with both hands, and cried out loud. This is resonance between souls? Looking at the interaction between the two Pandoras, Ito secretly said with a surprised expression. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Black Pandora stopped crying as if she was mentally exhausted and fell asleep in Pandora's arms. You have to treat her well in the future, or I will be angry. Pandora, who was holding Black Pandora, turned her head and looked at Ito with a solemn expression and said softly. Ito nodded and agreed. All right, let's take her back. Although there is a strange power in her body, it's not good to stay in the secluded world for too long. Pandora loosened her grip on Black Pandora's arms. You're lucky. Then, Pandora glared at Ito angrily. Actually, I want to be with you more. Ito, who was holding Black Pandora in his arms, laughed. Glib guy, let's go. Pandora said angrily. Then I will go first. I will come back to see you later. Ito laughed. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from Pandora's palace with Pandora. Me from another world. As she mumbled softly, Pandora's figure gradually disappeared from the hall, returning to her own mythological system. At the same time, Ito and Pandora returned to the beach. What's wrong with her? Looking at Ito holding Pandora, Sasa asked with concern. Nothing, she is just a little tired. She will be fine when she wakes up. Ito shook his head slightly and said, That's it for today. I will take you out to play next time. In this regard, Yi and Sasa naturally had no objection, and then returned to their respective houses with Ito's power. Chapter 2046. Author's Note. I'm having my period again. The light changed, and Ito's figure appeared in the room. Where's big sister and mother? After looking around, Ito walked to his second sister, Rita, who was only wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of red sports shorts. Her straight, slender legs were crossed, and she was lying on the tatami while supporting her head with one arm. She was watching a TV program on the TV. Big sister went to attend her friend's wedding, and mother went to her relative's house. Rita glanced at Ito and said, Although there might not be any relatives of the Ito family in the Rubik's Cube world before, after Ito transferred all the residents of Akakuruno City to the Rubik's Cube world, the original group of relatives who moved to Akakuruno City naturally followed. Plus, during this period of reproduction, a group of relatives had been born. As for friends, it depended on the individual's wishes. As long as they were pleasing to the eye and had the same temperament, it was still easy to make some friends. It seems that mother is going to be annoyed again. Ito, who was short, sat down at the low table next to Rita and smiled. The reason why he said this was entirely because their family was too special. Although they didn't necessarily know that this world belonged to Ito, just the method of not aging despite the passage of time was completely godlike in the eyes of many relatives. Therefore, these relatives who could be regarded as a branch family always wanted to get some benefits from their main family. For example, they would ask for help to arrange their children's jobs, ask for help, and so on. Although it was not a completely social society like in China, it was indispensable to have appropriate social interactions. Therefore, as the elder of the family, the mother, Eriko, became a fragrance in the eyes of the relatives. As for the old man of the previous generation, it was because his seniority was high enough and he had enough power. He didn't look like a person who cared about others' feelings, so he avoided the trouble of being harassed by the relatives. Peel an orange for me. Rita glanced at the fresh fruit on the small plate on the table. You sure know how to order people around, Ito said snappily. However, even though he said that, He still reached out and picked up an orange from the fruit plate. He then began to peel the orange. Here, a moment later, Seito split the tangerine in half and tossed one half to Lena. With a wave of his hand, half of the tangerine was taken into his hand. Looking at the remaining half of the tangerine, Reina immediately rolled her eyes at Seito. He put the orange into his mouth and ate it. Why did you think of coming back today? Lena, who was chewing on an orange, asked in a muffled voice. Swallow the food before you speak, Seito reprimanded. Why are you like Mom and Big Sister, so long-winded? Lena said discontentedly. Don't ask me to peel oranges if you're bored. Seito curled his lip. Instantly, Lena tactfully shut his mouth. I have some things to discuss with Big Sister and Mother, Seito explained when he saw that Lena had quieted down. Then, he continued snappily, also, don't make me sound like a playboy. What do you mean by thinking of coming back? When have I been away for a long time? It's not that long. It's just that you've never been in person. You've just sent a shadow clone to do something half-heartedly, Lena mocked without turning her head. Ugh. These words directly hit Seito's soft spot. Seito's expression was so awkward that he could not say anything. Seeing that Seito did not refute, Lena half turned her head and looked at Seito from the corner of her eyes. You have nothing to say now, right? I can't be bothered with you, Seito, who knew that he was in the wrong, immediately changed the topic. Do you think I want to be bothered with you? Lena retracted her gaze and said coldly with disdain. After that, the two of them did not speak anymore. They quietly watched the novel show on the television until more than half an hour later. Then, it was broken by a series of light and slow footsteps. Hey, Ah-Ching is back. Suzu Ito, who was wearing a dark-colored wide-band V-neck corset dress with ultra-thin black stockings wrapped around her exposed calves, and a thin and long platinum necklace around her slender white neck, said with a surprised expression. Her face was lightly painted, and only the lip gloss on her lips made her look slightly brighter. With her soft and long straight black hair that naturally spread out, she looked fashionable, beautiful, and elegant. Then, she casually threw the branded handbag in her hand to the side. She walked to Seito's side and sat down. Then, she unceremoniously placed a pair of jade feet on Seito's thighs. Phew, just in time to massage my feet. I don't wear high-heel shoes. Now that I suddenly wear them, my feet are really tired, Suzu Ito said with a long sigh. I feel like I shouldn't have come back. As soon as I came back, I was either asked to peel oranges or to massage feet. I've become a manservant. It's really miserable. Seito grabbed Suzu Ito's hot feet with both hands, and while kneading them with moderate strength, he smiled bitterly. Tisk, it's your honor to let you peel oranges and massage feet. If it were someone else, even if they wanted to peel oranges and massage feet for me and my sister, we wouldn't let them. Ito Rina, who finally got the opportunity, immediately snorted and said with a disdainful expression. That's right. Suzu Ito agreed with a smile. Seito curled his lips when he heard that. He did not argue and looked like he was too lazy to care about her. After a while, Suzu Ito tilted her body and looked at Seito, who was massaging her feet curiously. By the way, Ah-Ching, why did you come back? This seems to be my home too, right? Why can't I come back? Seito said, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. It's true that this is your home. It's just that you have more homes outside. I'm just curious. Why didn't you go to those homes today? Why did you come back alone? Suzu Ito said with a faint expression. Can I miss you guys? Seito said with a smile. You? Suzu Ito raised the corner of her mouth slightly when she heard that. She looked at Seito up and down like she was interrogating a criminal. Her eyes were full of disdain as she snorted. However, there was more of a smile that was hidden. Seito laughed dryly and did not speak. How many women have you found during this time? Suzu Ito retracted her gaze and closed her eyes to enjoy. Can it be less? Before Seito could speak, Ito Rita said, "Well, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you too. What have you been doing recently?" Seito laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the topic. "What else can we be doing?" Ito Rita said snappily. "It's rare that Ah-Ching knows to care about us." Suzu Ito laughed. "Look at what you're saying. If I don't care about you guys, who else would I care about?" Seito said quickly. "There are a lot of them. Yeah. Yi, Mayo, Netherworld, Karen." In this way, the three of them chatted randomly until more than 2 hours later, when the sky was completely dark. Only when his mother, Eriko, returned did they stop for a while. Then his mother, Eriko, went back to the room to change clothes, then she returned to the hall and sat with Seito, Suzu Ito, and Ito Rita. "Ah-Ching, what's the matter this time?" Eriko, who was wearing a beige bathrobe with elegant patterns on the surface, asked. It seemed that in the consciousness of the three of them, as long as Seito came back with his real body, he must have something to say. Seito, who heard this sentence again, was dumbfounded. He secretly made up his mind to come back more often in the future. "There is something." Seito nodded helplessly and admitted. "I knew it," Ito Rita said with an as expected look. "What is it?" Suzu Ito asked. "I want to ask, mother and eldest sister, are you willing to become the god of death and the lord of the underworld?" Seito asked seriously, looking at Eriko and Suzu Ito. As soon as he said this, his mother, Eriko, frowned immediately. At the same time, his eldest sister, Suzu Ito, also looked strange. She asked hesitantly, "Ah-Ching, do you mean that you want my mother and I to become the god of death and the lord of the underworld?" "Something like that." Seito nodded slightly. "What do you mean something like that?" Ito Rita said with a strange look. "It's like this. I sealed the souls of the god of death, Donatus, and the lord of the underworld, Hades, in the world I'm in now, and then I obtained their bodies," Seito explained. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ito Rita again. Donatus and Hades, the Donatus and Hades in the Olympian mythology? These two names were too famous. Even Ito Rita, an Easterner who didn't pay attention to European mythology. The fact that they were able to immediately associate these two people's origins after hearing these two names showed how extraordinary they were. "Yes," Seito affirmed, and then continued to explain, "although they are not the Donatus and Hades of the main world, in that world, their strength is still above the god level. And I feel that they are not necessarily much worse than the two gods in the main world, so if we make good use of their souls and divine bodies, I am confident that I can make mother and eldest sister break through the current stage, surpass the legend level, and directly complete the transformation of their souls, divinity, and divine bodies to become new gods. If the time is right, even godhood can be condensed together. They can become official gods. The only thing that worries me is that these two priesthoods are too dark, and they control souls like vengeful spirits and evil spirits, as well as the souls and deaths of ordinary people. Even though the rules and divine power that they control are very powerful, and my mother and eldest sister, who are demonists, are used to those kinds of souls, they are still not suitable for women. So, then what do you think?" Eriko asked. "I don't have any special ideas. After all, as my strength grows, I should be able to get a lot of these things in the future. Even if I am unlucky in the future and can no longer seal gods, I should still be able to find things that can help people speed up the process of becoming a god. So the choice is still up to mother and eldest sister," Seito said after thinking for a while. Then, he paused and said again, "But if possible, I still hope that mother and eldest sister can accept the power of Donatus and Hades. After all, for mother and eldest sister, as demonists, The rules mastered by the god of death Donatus and Hades are the closest and most integrated with the exorcism and yin-yang techniques that you have mastered. You don't need to adapt again like you do when you integrate the power of other gods. Mother Eriko nodded slightly when she heard this. Then, she looked at Ito Rita, who did not express anything but had a faint jealousy in her eyes, and said, "Rita, what kind of god are you going to arrange for her?" As soon as these words came out, Ito Rita's eyes immediately lit up and she stared at Sei Ito closely. "In fact, in addition to the god of death Donatus and Hades, I have also sealed the god of sleep Hypnos divine soul and divine body." Although in terms of the compatibility of the rules mastered, Hypnos sleep and Rita's are not too compatible, Hypnos is still one of the gods of the underworld, so it doesn't matter much. So, I plan to give Hypnos power to her. Seito turned to look at Rita, who was looking at him, and said with a smile, "It's just that she has just barely stepped into S level now, and she hasn't even fully grasped the rules. It's really not suitable to instill Hypnos power into her like this. That's why I didn't mention this before." Seito then retracted his gaze and looked at his mother Eriko again and explained. "Who told you not to cultivate properly?" Eldest sister Suzu Ito looked at Rita and said gloatingly. "Humph." Ito Rita's face turned red as she snorted shyly and looked to the side. "Ah Cheng, you should use the power of Hades yourself. The matter of the Lord of the Underworld is too important. Neither Ling nor I are suitable for it. As for the god of death's power, give it to Ling. When you seal other gods in the future, you can instill it into me." Mother Eriko smiled, then put away her expression and looked at Sei Ito with a serious face. "Mother," Suzu Ito called out when she heard Eriko's words. "Let's do it this way." Eriko made a simple decision. "Yes." Suzu Ito opened her mouth and responded together with Sei Ito. "Mother, it would be great if you still mastered the power of water. In that case, you can fuse with the divine soul of Poseidon in my hand." Sei Ito sighed. "You also sealed Poseidon?" Suzu Ito's eyes widened in surprise. "I didn't seal him. I just took the thing that sealed him, so I didn't get his divine body like Hades, Danadas, and Hypnos. However, I got a secret treasure that contains a lot of his power. If used properly, the effect won't be too bad." Sei Ito shook his head and said, "Since it's not compatible, then forget it. Give it to a suitable person among your women. That way it can also help you." Mother Eriko said with a carefree expression. She looked like a virtuous person who had seen through everything and was no longer confused by greed and vanity. Sei Ito secretly sighed. Chapter 2047. Sei Ito turned his head to look at the remaining pitch-black liquid and thought to himself, judging by this amount, it might really be enough for Big Sis to complete the condensation of the Godhead. Sei Ito then informed Suzu Ito of his plan, using the soul transference technique. "I'll do whatever you say, I'll listen to you," Suzu Ito replied. "Good. Stop comprehending the edicts of death for now and circulate all of your energy of death. Start condensing the Godhead according to this method," Sei Ito said as he transmitted the method of condensing the Godhead. "Are you ready?" Sei Ito asked after a pause. "Yes," Suzu Ito replied. "Good. Catch," Sei Ito said in a low voice. He then waved his hand and shot a pitch-black liquid beam that was much thicker than before into Suzu Ito's body. As the recipient, Suzu Ito's body trembled. She hurriedly circulated the energy of death in her body according to the method Sei Ito transmitted to her. As she circulated the energy of death into a whirlpool, she continuously guided the edicts of death she had comprehended into the whirlpool. Through the edicts of death, the liquid energy in the whirlpool was completely solidified. Just like that, under Suzu Ito's relentless efforts, an extremely pure pitch-black crystal particle emerged from the center of the whirlpool after an unknown amount of time. Suzu Ito was delighted when she saw the crystal particle appear. She hurriedly worked harder until she suddenly felt that her body was empty. She was awakened from her meditation by a huge sense of emptiness. Is this a success? Suzu Ito, who had awakened from her stupor, looked inside herself and thought to herself as she looked at the peanut-sized black polygonal crystal that had appeared in her body. The next moment, the crystal trembled slightly, and a pitch-black energy flowed out of it. It flowed through Suzu Ito's body like rain. This should be divine power, right? Suzu Ito guessed with uncertainty. However, he soon came to his senses and mocked himself in embarrassment. I'm so stupid. Why don't I ask Ah-Cheng? Thinking of this, Suzu Ito's mind jolted, and she completely withdrew from the meditative state. She opened her eyes and looked at Sei Ito by the lakeshore. Congratulations, big sister, from now on you are an official Grim Reaper. Ito Sei threw a bathrobe to Ito Rin, and then congratulated her with a smile. Suzu Ito subconsciously reached out to take the bathrobe and lowered her head. He looked at his own body in confusion. As she moved, the clothes on her body suddenly crumbled into a pile of fine dust, as if they were ancient objects. They drifted away in the breeze that blew across the lake, revealing a perfect, white, flawless body. Seeing this, Suzu Ito looked embarrassed. She quickly stood up from the lake and turned around. She put on the bathrobe in his hand. After putting on the bathrobe, Suzu Ito turned around again and walked back to the shore with a normal expression. So, I'm a god now? Suzu Ito asked in disbelief. Yes. If you don't believe me, look at your feet. Sei Ito reached out and pointed at their feet. Subconsciously, Suzu Ito followed Sei Ito's finger and looked at her feet. Then, a large piece of grass that was rapidly turning yellow and crumbling immediately came into view. This is... Suzu Ito said blankly. It's affected by your power. Sei Ito explained, Big sister, although you became a god of death with my help, the speed of advancement was too fast, causing you to have insufficient control over your power. You can't completely restrain your divine power. For me, this divine power is naturally nothing, but for those who are weaker than you, the impact is great. If it's light, they will become weak and powerless. If it's heavy, they will be directly affected by your power of death. Step into death. Suzu Ito's expression changed slightly when she heard this. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. It seems that I have to go into seclusion again. Then she raised her head and looked at Sei Ito again with a pitiful look. Ah-Cheng. Seclusion is boring. Can you stay with me? Sei Ito was stunned. He said with a headache, How about I leave a shadow clone here to accompany you? Hearing Sei Ito's answer, Suzu Ito's face darkened and fell silent. Looking at Suzu Ito like this, Sei Ito felt a little helpless. But just as he was thinking about whether or not to agree, Suzu Ito's voice sounded again. Okay, a shadow clone is better than me. Suzu Ito curled her lips and said. Sei Ito looked at Suzu Ito speechlessly, but he didn't dare to hesitate. He was afraid that she would suddenly change her mind and want him to stay here. He quickly moved his mind and created a shadow clone with a soft poof sound. The new shadow clone glanced at Sei Ito and expressed its emotions. Sei Ito didn't care about his shadow clone's emotions. He just said to Suzu Ito, The sooner you master your power, the sooner you can go home. So I won't disturb you here. I'll leave first. If there's anything, let the shadow clone inform me. Hurry up and leave. I can't be bothered with you. Suzu Ito's expression and tone were full of displeasure. He didn't know if it was because her power had increased too quickly that her state of mind couldn't keep up, causing her to lose control of her emotions, or if she was simply angry at Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who felt like he had been pardoned, didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly teleported and disappeared in front of Suzu Ito's eyes. Suzu Ito, who saw Sei Ito leave, glared at the shadow clone and said unhappily, You too. The shadow clone, who was unjustly implicated, rubbed its nose innocently. It didn't refute and disappeared from Suzu Ito's sight in a flash. Phew! On the other side, Sei Ito, who had left Suzu Ito, let out a long sigh and relaxed. His face was full of distress as he sighed softly. This is so troublesome. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. After a moment of silence, Sei Ito, who still couldn't figure out what to do, sighed again. He disappeared from where he was in a flash and appeared in front of the World Tree in the next second. He waved his hand and dragged the two halves of the Kuei cow's corpse out of thin air. He threw it in front of the World Tree. The surface of the World Tree flashed with green light, forming a green energy screen that allowed the Kuei cow's corpse to fly into the light screen. There's also this. Then, Sei Ito turned his palm again, and a blood-red ball appeared in his hand, and he threw it into the green light screen of the World Tree. Let's be careful first. This time, the things I got are useful. I'll give them to you when I find similar food next time. After doing all this, Sei Ito looked up at the green fruit hanging on the branch, and said softly. As if it heard Sei Ito's words, the fruit on the tree trembled slightly, and rippled in the void, responding to Sei Ito's words. Feeling the emotion transmitted by the fruit, Sei Ito smiled slightly. His mood became a lot better, and then his figure flashed, leaving the World Tree and appearing in a large house full of ancient Japanese style. Immediately afterward, Sei Ito's thoughts moved again, and Kurenai, who was dressed in casual clothes, Uchiha Yoshiko, who was always dressed in black, and Toyo, who changed his clothes and didn't look so wild, appeared together in the big house. Senpai, Uchiha Yoshiko and Toyo called out in unison. Yes, Kurenai called out. Sei Ito didn't speak. With a wave of his hand, the clothes on Kurenai, Uchiha Yoshiko, Toyo, and himself disappeared, and they appeared naked in front of each other. Kurenai, who suddenly felt cold, covered her body with her hands and frowned slightly. Senpai, Toyo also lowered his head and whispered with a red face. Only Uchiha Yoshiko didn't say a word, and her expression didn't change at all, as if she didn't have any reaction at all. Today, let's sleep together, Sei Ito said loudly. Then, without waiting for Kurenai to speak, he directly moved her into his arms. Hugging her body, he kissed her lips, and at the same time, his hands moved around Kurenai's body. Kurenai instinctively let out a low moan from her throat. At the same time, Uchiha Yoshiko got up and walked to Sei Ito and Kurenai's side, imitating Karen and the others when they slept together in the past. She gently stroked their bodies with her hands. Only Duoyui was at a complete loss as he watched everything unfold before him. Then, not long after, intense and gentle moans echoed in the quiet big house. After some time, Kurenai, who was lying on Sei Ito's chest, complained, "You are too ridiculous." "I have a purpose," Sei Ito, who was gently kneading Kurenai's elastic body, laughed dryly. "What purpose? Isn't it to satisfy your own selfish desires?" Kurenai sneered. "This time, I really have a purpose," Sei Ito insisted. "What is it?" Kurenai raised her head. Her blood-red eyes looked straight at Sei Ito's eyes and asked. On both sides, Uchiha Yoshiko and Toyo couldn't help but look at him, waiting for him to explain. "I have sealed a dream god in another world, but this dream god has 4 different individuals. I want to transfer their power to you and make you the new dream god, so in order to increase the cooperation between you and increase the success rate, sleeping together is the best idea I can think of." Sei Ito coughed and explained with a serious face. "You mean you want to make us the new dream god?" Kurenai's eyes widened, and her expression was full of disbelief. With the opening of the Rubik's Cube world, and the fact that she followed Itosei to conquer multiple worlds, Kurenai was no longer the Genjutsu Kurenai who only knew about the shinobi world. Even in terms of pure knowledge, she was much better than Ito-sei, who didn't study seriously at all. It could be said that she was very knowledgeable, so she fully understood the meaning of these words. Chapter 2048. P.S. Many thanks to Bright Moon, Infernal Aristocrat, Romantic Maple, and Laughing Noble Ghost, for their precious monthly vote. You're saying that you want us to become the dream gods? Kurenai's eyes widened as she asked in disbelief. That's right, Seito confirmed. At that moment, however, Kurenai suddenly frowned and said, No, that's not right. Then, under Seito's confused gaze, she explained, Didn't you say that the dream god has 4 bodies? But there are only 3 of us here. Who are you going to give the other one to? As for the question of Ito Seiji using it for himself, Kurenai dismissed the idea after thinking about it for a while. Since he could seal the dream god with his own abilities, why would he care about the dream god's meager power? If he had the time, he might as well use it to pursue greater power. This was the pride of a powerhouse. Actually, at first, I only wanted to give the dream god's power to you and Yoshiko. I didn't even consider Toyo. After all, even though the dream god has 4 bodies, it might not be enough to strengthen the 2 of you even though they're all similar in nature. However, I thought about how my subordinates are proficient in illusions, and only the few of you have reached a certain level of strength. Moreover, Toyo has been with me for so long, but I haven't given her any good rewards. That's why I called her over to inherit the dream god's power with you, Seito said with a light smile as he turned to look at Toyo. After hearing Seito's explanation, Kurenai and Uchiha Yoshiko didn't say anything on the surface, but they were extremely moved and felt as if they were being valued. Doyui's mood was more complicated. He was grateful but also a little disappointed. It was very complicated, but overall, he was more grateful than grateful. However, just as Doyui was lost in her thoughts, a warm palm gently fell on her cheek, bringing her back to reality. "Milord," Toyo called out softly when she saw the owner of the hand. "Sorry, I didn't think of you immediately," Seito said gently. "Sir, you're exaggerating. Your teachings to Toyo-yi in the past are already enough for Toyo-yi to benefit for the rest of his life. To be reminded of Toyo-yi at a time like this is Toyo-ye's greatest honor, so there is no need for Sir to do this. Toyo-yi is also very satisfied." Hearing this, Doyu hurriedly sat up from the tatami and turned to half kneel on the ground. His voice was filled with gratitude. Seeing that Toyo also said so, Ito-sei didn't say anything. She playfully pinched Doyui's chest, causing him to blush. Doyui retracted his hand with a smile and hugged Kurenai, who was lying on his body, and asked her with a smile, "Do you have any more questions?" Kurenai shook her head and rested her head on her chest. Uchiha Yoshiko and Doyu also shook their heads, indicating that there was no problem. "Since there is no doubt, then we'll begin to fuse with the dream god's power. You can start first," Seito said as he looked at Kurenai in his arms. "Okay." Sunset Crimson didn't pretend to decline and nodded slightly in agreement. After more than an hour, the 4 of them got up. Just as Kurenai was about to leave Seito's arms, Seito quickly hugged her and said, "Kurenai, don't leave, just stay in this position." Why? Kurenai looked at Uchiha Yoshiko and Doyui and said with some embarrassment, "Kurenai, although you are very strong, you are still too far away from god rank, so for safety reasons, I need to use dual cultivation to help you absorb the power. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous during the process." Seito gently moved his hands on Kurenai's back as he patiently explained, "And you don't need to be angry. It will be the same for the 2 of them." Hearing Seito say this, Kurenai let go of the faint embarrassment that had risen in her heart and calmed down. "First, cultivate like you normally do. Enter a meditative state," Seito reminded. Hearing this, Kurenai didn't hesitate. She used her strong willpower to block the strange feeling coming from her body. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to meditate according to the meditation technique Sei-Ito taught her. After a while, she was completely immersed in it. Sei-Ito, who had sensed the change in Sunset Red's aura, did not waste his breath. With just a thought, he made a move. Then, he summoned the divine body of Phantom Tassus, who was in charge of illusions among the 4 illusion gods, from the void. Using his mind, he controlled the mystic flame and began to burn Phantom Tassus' divine body. Compared to the divine body of the Grim Reaper, Tassus's divine body was only considered as an illusion of a weak god. Under the burning of the mystic fire, it melted completely in a short while. It turned into a ball of liquid that emitted an illusory energy and colorful colors. It floated in the air. Although it was just an unconscious spread of power, Uchiha Yoshiko and Do-Yu's expressions changed, and their eyelids twitched involuntarily, and their bodies swayed and fell to the ground. Plop, plop. Ito-sei knew that this was just an unconscious power spreading, and it wouldn't cause any substantial harm to Zhou Weiwei, so he didn't immediately rescue the 2 of them. Instead, with a thought, he guided a finger-thick liquid flow from the ball into Kurenai's forehead. In an instant, Kurenai's expression changed, and her brows wrinkled involuntarily. "Calm the mind and clear the air, let the matter flow in the void," Sei-Ito said in a low voice. His voice was very low, but it penetrated Kurenai's brain like thunder, rescuing her from the illusion. Then, Sei-Ito leaned forward and kissed Kurenai's lip. His tongue stretched out and went into Kurenai's mouth, entangling with her tongue. Then, he silently operated the Sutra, using himself as the main body to dual cultivate with Kurenai. In an instant, the power in Kurenai's body moved, and was guided by Sei-Ito to swim away, devouring the dream energy that flowed in from the outside world. Then, Sei-Ito's consciousness followed the entangled tongue of the 2 and went into Kurenai's body, along the gate of heaven, into her sea of consciousness, and found Kurenai's soul under the protection of a light. His body floated forward, hugged Kurenai's soul into his arms, and kissed her lips again. His tongue stretched forward and entangled with Kurenai's tongue. In an instant, the space where the 2 of them were trembled slightly, and became colorful. This is the highest level of dual cultivation, soul intercourse technique, which allows 2 people's consciousness to be directly connected, and all the thoughts and feelings of each other will be directly transmitted to each other's heart and sea of consciousness. It can accelerate each other's cultivation. It can be said to be a supreme technique. It's just that the conditions for using this technique are very harsh. First of all, the 2 people who are using this technique must have absolute trust in each other, otherwise, no matter how pure the mind is, it's difficult to let the 2 souls meet each other. Secondly, they can't have excessive lewd thoughts during the process, or else they'll harm others and themselves. Both souls will be polluted at the same time. In the best-case scenario, their souls will be weakened, and their cultivation will be hindered. In the worst-case scenario, their souls will be destroyed, and they'll become a soulless shell. Finally, it's best if the 2 people who are using this technique have similar mental realms. If one of them is too powerful, it's very easy to reach a balance between yin and yang, and the other person's soul will be affected. Of course, this isn't absolute. If one party has enough control and is willing to be the one paying, it's not impossible to perform soul dual cultivation, just like what Sei-Ito and Kurenai are doing right now. Just like that, Ito Seiji split his attention and directed Sunset Crimson's energy to devour the liquid energy that the god of the dream realm had refined from Huan Tassus' body. At the same time, he transmitted his understanding of illusions and the basics of the realm of gods into Kurenai's consciousness. Kurenai's power and mental realm rose steadily, and she soon broke through the so-called S rank and legendary rank, and began to advance towards the realm of gods. However, just as Kurenai's body was about to complete the transformation, the liquid energy that the god of dreams had refined was completely consumed, cutting it off. Seito didn't hesitate. With a thought, he summoned the divine body of the god of dreams, Ichiro's, and the sealed soul of the god of dreams to his side. He used the mystical fire to refine 2 balls of liquid energy, one bright and the other dark. Then, with a thought, a thin stream of energy was drawn from each ball of energy and projected into Kurenai's body. The dark energy from Ichiro's divine body continued to be used by Seito to help Kurenai forge her divine body. The energy from the burning soul of the god of dreams was completely used to strengthen Kurenai's soul, helping her complete the transformation of her soul. As a result, under the infusion of the divine body of Ichiro's and the soul of the god of dreams, under Itosei's guidance, Kurenai's aura suddenly changed. Although it was still very weak, Kurenai's aura suddenly changed. Although it was faint, it was still very pure and incomparable divine power. Fortunately, Kurenai was promoted to the god of dreams, and not a combat-type divine power. Therefore, although her divine power was strong, it didn't have any offensive power. In addition, Seito had set up a suppression barrier outside the house, so except for the sleeping Uchiha Yoshiko and Toyo, no one was affected. Sure enough, just using the divine body and soul of a god of dreams to refine the energy of laws can only make one advance to the realm of gods at most. It can't condense a unique divine personality. Because they were in the midst of dual cultivation, Seito knew the situation of Kurenai's body very well. Then, with another thought, he drew out a stream of liquid from the remaining 90% of the energy from Ichiro's divine body and guided it into Kurenai's body. It just so happens that the 4 gods of dreams can be combined into one, so I'll use Ichiro's energy as a supplement to help Kurenai condense her divine personality. After doing all this, Seito once again devoted himself to dual cultivation, guiding and teaching Kurenai to condense her divine personality. Time flew by, and without knowing how much time had passed, when only half of the energy from Ichiro's divine body was left, the continuous infusion of energy suddenly stopped. Then Seito and Kurenai's body moved slightly, and their lips that had been sealed together since the start of dual cultivation gently separated, and at the same time, they slowly opened their eyes. "How do you feel?" Seito asked with a smile as he looked at Kurenai, whose bright red eyes flashed with fantastical scenes from time to time. "It's very strange. I feel that as long as I want to, I can enter anyone's consciousness and create illusions in their consciousness." Kurenai thought for a while and said, "Well, it seems that you have begun to feel the divine power of a god of dreams." Seito smiled. Then, he put on a serious expression and said, "Go into seclusion later, and take good control of your current power." "Okay." Kurenai nodded in agreement. Then, she turned her head to look at Uchiha Yoshiko and Toyo, who still hadn't woken up from their sleep, and said, "Send me back." "Okay." Seito nodded in agreement. At the same time, Kurenai put her hands on Seito's shoulders and stood up from his arms. Then, with a thought, Seito used his instant transmission ability to put Kurenai's clothes back on her body, and then nodded slightly to Kurenai, who was looking at him, and used his power to send her back to her original place. Then, Seito stretched out his hand again and held Uchiha Yoshiko in his arms, and gently raised his right hand and put his index finger on her forehead. In the next moment, Uchiha Yoshiko's eyelids trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. "Senpai, what happened to me just now?" Uchiha Yoshiko asked with some doubt in her eyes. "You were swept by the power of a god of dreams and fell into a dream." Seito smiled and then asked curiously, "What did you dream of?" Uchiha Yoshiko's face turned red, and she lowered her head shyly without speaking. "It seems that it's something related to me in the dream." Seeing Uchiha Yoshiko's expression, how could Sei Ito not understand, and he laughed proudly. After a while, Sei Ito said seriously, "Okay, let's start. Remember to calm your mind." "Okay." Uchiha Yoshiko replied with a serious face. Then, like Kurenai before, she sat down next to Sei Ito's body, and used Mikura to take away Sei Ito's Son of Heaven sword, and stretched out her arms to hug Sei Ito tightly, forming a posture of hugging Xidagarba with him. Then, Sei Ito smiled and summoned the divine body and soul of Onialos, the head of the god of dreams, who was in charge of the dream world and the divine prophecy. Just like what he did with Ichiros's divine body and phantom Tassus, he used the mysterious fire to burn Onialos's body and soul into two groups of energy, and used his mind to guide one of them into Uchiha Yoshiko's body. Then, Sei Ito leaned forward, opened his mouth, and kissed Uchiha Yoshiko's lips, and stretched out his tongue to entangle with hers, and began a new round of assistance. Compared to Kurenai, who relied on her own efforts to cultivate, Uchiha Yoshiko, who had the Sharingan, Akekiai Genkai, was much more unique. Not only did she use the resources in Sei Ito's hands to upgrade her Sharingan to the ultimate state, but with the help of Sei Ito, she even evolved the Divine Eye, the Rinnegan, with the help of Sei Ito, coupled with the meditation techniques taught by Sei Ito. Uchiha Yoshiko's strength could be said to be the strongest among the three. Just the current level alone has reached the peak of the S+ level in the origin world, and even if it's just in terms of genjutsu alone, she's not half a point worse than the legendary level. It can be said that she's extremely powerful. Chapter 2049. P.S. Thanks to Million Lion and Operation 112 for their precious monthly votes, and thanks to C Flash Pass for his tip. Remember to train hard when you go back, don't let me down. Sei Ito stretched out his hand and pinched Toyo's cheek lightly. Things went smoothly. Because of Uchiha Yoshiko's strength, the energy consumed for her promotion was much less than Kurenai's. Although in the end, she still borrowed a part of Ichiro's power to complete the condensation of the godhead, the remaining part was enough for Doyu, who also had Morphos's divine body and divine soul power. Therefore, after using a small part of Ichiro's divine soul power, Doyu was able to successfully condense his own godhead. Yes, senpai, Toyo will definitely not let you down, Toyo said with a red face and a firm expression. Well, go. Sei Ito retracted his hand, and with a thought, he sent Toyo back to his original place. I didn't expect that there would be such a large ball of energy left in the end. After sending Doyo away, Ito-sei looked up at the ball of energy that was still tumbling in the air, and muttered to himself. That's right, he muttered to himself as he looked up at the ball of energy that was still tumbling in the air. Sei Ito stretched out his right hand, and his 5 fingers curled into a claw and grabbed the air in front of him. Immediately, the ball of energy that was still rolling in the sky flew towards Sei Ito as if it was being sucked by something. In the process of flying, it strangely shrank, and when it fell into Sei Ito's palm, it became only the size of a tennis ball. Then, with a thought, Sei Ito condensed a thin halo of golden runes around his hand, and like a binding rope, it wrapped around the ball of energy, turning it into a golden ball. Only the last divine soul of Poseidon is left. Sei Ito closed his hand and put away the golden ball in his palm. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from the big house. In the next moment, Sei Ito's figure appeared in the virtual night palace of the spiritual world. Senpai. Seeing Sei Ito, the female guards in the virtual night palace immediately knelt on one knee. They bowed their heads and saluted. Go and call Hellable, Ito-sei ordered in a low voice. Yes. The female guard quickly stood up from the ground, turned around, and quickly left the hall. In less than 2 minutes, Hellable's figure appeared in the hall wearing a white virtual night palace uniform. Senpai. Hellable saluted. Seeing Hellable appear, Idose didn't say anything. With a thought, he took Hellebel and disappeared from Las Noches Palace. They appeared in a certain valley in the boundless desert of the spirit realm. Then, he waved his hand and released several five-colored rays of light. They split into 5 different directions and disappeared into the surrounding void and the valley walls. Then, a transparent energy shield appeared above the desolate valley. But it didn't last long, only 5 or 6 seconds, and then it disappeared into the void again like an illusion. And during this process, Hellebel stood quietly on the side without any action. Hellebel, enter the returning blade state. After everything was done, Seito looked up at the calm Hellebel and said, "Yes." Without asking for the reason, Hellebel simply answered. Then, Hellebel raised her hand and pulled out the Zanpakuto from her back. She held it in her hand, and her spiritual pressure surged as she loudly chanted the Zanpakuto's liberation language. "Conquer him, Empress of the Mermaid!" Almost instantly, a majestic spiritual pressure erupted from Hellebel's body, and a huge wave surged out from the ground beneath her feet like a pearl clam. Then, it rose high and quickly wrapped around Hellebel, who was in the middle of the clam wave. In the next moment, the water ball suddenly exploded, and Hellebel reappeared. But at this time, Hellebel's attire underwent a drastic change. The original top and pants disappeared, replaced by a pair of knee-high white bone boots and a black bottom with white bones as the edges. She wore a combat skirt very much in the style of an Amazon female warrior, and a white bone breastplate that just covered the front of her chest and supported her ample breasts from sagging. Her beautiful ancient skin was naturally exposed to the air, and the slender bone belt on her back fluttered in the wind. Her shoulders were completely covered by shoulder pads made of the same bone, and they were erected high to protect the left and right sides of her neck. She wore a white bone vambrace similar to the one on her legs. A huge shark gill-patterned greatsword replaced the original short blade in her hand. "Hellebel, today I will help you become a god." Seito looked at Hellebel in front of him with satisfaction, and said in a deep voice, "As you command, sir." Hellebel knelt on one knee and said firmly. She didn't show any uncontrollable excitement from hearing that she was going to become a god, or an expression of disbelief, as if she had just heard something very normal. Seito nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. He reached out with one hand and took out the pot of Athena that had Poseidon sealed in it from the void. He held it in front of him with one arm and moved his left hand gently to the top of the seal of Athena's amulet on the pot of Athena. He tore it off with a hiss. In an instant, a visible tremor began to occur on the pot of Athena. Seito knew that the soul of Poseidon inside noticed the weakening of the seal and couldn't wait to come out. "Then I'll fulfill your wish." Seito smiled evilly. Then his left hand moved up, grabbed the lid of the pot of Athena, and opened it. In an instant, a golden light full of divine power bloomed from the pot. Then, a soul full of violent aura and water fluctuations flew out of the pot of Athena and floated in the air. "Ha ha 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 ha, I, Poseidon, am finally free. Athena, this time I will defeat you and let you have a taste of being sealed." The old man was wearing a white Greek-style robe. He was burly and majestic, but the beard on his face made him look very old. However, he still exuded a strange charm as he laughed wildly in the air. At the same time, along with his laughter, waves of power spread out and oppressed in all directions. Hellebel frowned at the side and struggled to resist with his own strength. Poseidon probably noticed Hellebel's spiritual pressure and stopped laughing. He lowered his head and looked at the two people below. "Are you the one who let me out?" Poseidon's eyes flashed as he noticed the pot of Athena in Idose's arms and asked in a deep voice. "Yes." Seito smiled. "You're not a sea gladiator?" Poseidon frowned. "In that case, as a thank you for releasing me from the seal, I'll use your body as my physical body in the mortal world." Poseidon then said lightly. Immediately, his figure shot toward Saito. Bang! With a muffled sound, Poseidon flew backward at a speed faster than when he came. Poseidon used his divine power to stop his body and frowned at Saito, who didn't even move half a step. Forget it, I'm not interested in playing with an old man like you. Just follow your kind and become my resources. Itose looked up at the Sea Emperor Poseidon and said in a low voice. As his voice fell, the chaotic mystic fire suddenly emerged from Poseidon's side and formed a hollow flame ball. It wrapped Poseidon in the middle and then compressed inwardly, burning Poseidon's divine soul. Ah! In an instant a fierce scream came from the mystic fireball. No, how can it be? How can an ant like you have something that can hurt a god? Poseidon roared angrily as the mystic fire surged. Poseidon used his divine power to resist the burning of the mystic fire. Rubik's Cube cut off the vitality around him. Saito, who ignored Poseidon's roar, thought to himself. In an instant, the space where Poseidon was shook. The vitality quickly disappeared in a way that he couldn't understand, turning the area around him into a vacuum. Although Little Universe was a strange martial art that could obtain powerful strength through the movement of atoms, in Itose's research, in addition to its overbearing attributes, as long as the user's willpower was enough, even if the user's soul collapsed into particles, it was not a problem. However, it did not lack some of the characteristics of ordinary martial arts. For example, it could also interact with the free vitality wandering around in the surrounding space. It also had the power to improve the quality of the soul. It also had the function of prolonging one's life. Although the last one made Saito feel very strange. Therefore, although sealing off the vitality supply around him wouldn't immediately kill Poseidon, it would definitely increase his strength by a lot. Therefore, Saito believed that it wouldn't take long for Poseidon to be refined into a ball of rule energy for him and Hellable to use, just like Death God Danados and the four dream gods. And the reality was just as Saito thought. After fighting for almost 2 hours, Poseidon's spiritual power was finally depleted. He could no longer resist the burning of the mystic fire and was refined into an azure ball of rule energy that exuded a powerful ocean and water rule. As expected of one of the three main gods. Just a soul is so troublesome, Saito couldn't help but sigh as he unexpectedly found that the refining time was much longer than expected. Then, he turned around and walked to Hellable. It's about to begin, Saito said softly. Then, without waiting for Hellable's reply, he reached out and pulled her into his embrace. He opened his mouth and kissed her lips, his tongue entwining with Hellable's. Open your mind and don't resist. Follow my guidance. Saito transmitted his voice directly into Hellable's heart. Chapter 2050. Boom! With a violent explosion in the air, a powerful aura burst out from Hellable's body, forming a spiritual hurricane visible to the naked eye that rushed into the sky. However, it was immediately suppressed by a transparent barrier that appeared out of nowhere, forming a stalemate with it. At the same time, the many bone armors on Hellable's body seemed to be unable to withstand the impact and shattered under the impact of the spiritual hurricane. They turned into dust and disappeared in an instant under the blowing of the spiritual hurricane. Hellable, who had completely evolved into his human form, was completely exposed to the air. However, at this time, Saito had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery in front of him. He hurriedly separated a trace of his mind to shift his clothes so that he was as naked as Hellable. Then, he moved one hand down and grabbed his sword and delivered it to Hellable's scabbard. He straightened his waist and sent it into the scabbard. Although he was concentrating on comprehending, the strange feeling in his body still made Hellable, who had a lot of inspiration, let out a low moan involuntarily. Similarly, Seito, who had no time to carefully appreciate the wonderful feeling, moved his hands and pulled Helibal's legs. He bent his legs and sat down cross-legged, letting Helibal sit in his arms. Then, he moved his hands up again and hugged Helibal's body. He closed his eyes and concentrated, activating the secret dual cultivation method to help Helibal suppress the violent energy that suddenly expanded and erupted. Not long after, the spiritual hurricane that was gushing out suddenly paused and then decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye until it finally turned into a breeze that drifted in the desolate valley. I really underestimated the strength of the soul after reaching the level of Vasto Lord. He's actually only one step away from the divine soul realm. In addition, Helibal and Poseidon are so compatible. Maybe Helibal can directly surpass the elementary gods and weak gods. He'll become an intermediate god with divine strength, or even go one step further and become a higher god with divine strength comparable to a golden immortal. Seito, who could finally divide a part of his mind to let his imagination run wild, secretly looked forward to it. But shortly after, Seito calmed himself down and devoted himself to the dual cultivation with Helibal. After all, this was a rare opportunity to comprehend the laws of water at close range. It would be a waste if he didn't make good use of it. Qing Feng supported him. The valley fell into a state of silence. Time flowed and the sun rose and set. It was unknown how much time had passed. On this day, as Helibal's eyelids trembled slightly, Seito and Helibal both withdrew from the dual cultivation state. Not bad. Ito Sei silently looked at Helibal in front of him and smiled. It was just as he had expected. Although Poseidon's resistance had consumed a lot of his divine strength, the remaining part, combined with Helibal's own aptitude, had successfully pushed her to the level of an intermediate god with divine strength that was the same as Seito's current true immortal rank. Although she was only at the lower level of an intermediate god with divine strength, and according to Seito's conversion, she was around the level of a complete beginner true immortal. However, Seito was still very happy. After all, she was the first true immortal level expert in the entire Rubik's Cube world. As for Suzu Ito, who had received the power of death god Danados, she had consumed too much of her divine strength. In the end, she had no choice but to stay at the level of a weak god, which was around the level of an intermediate or high divine immortal. Unfortunately, she had not stepped into the level of a true immortal. Helibal was about to get up when she heard that, but after struggling a little and failing to break free from Seito's embrace, she stopped. She looked at Seito with a serious expression and said, "Thank you, my lord. Do you feel very empty in your body right now?" Seito's palm gently stroked Helibal's firm waist as he asked. "Yes." Helibal, who had used her strong will to block out the strange feeling from her body, replied without a change in expression. "I happen to have two more things in my hand. Let me give you a hand." Seito smiled. Then, with a thought, a dark-colored polygonal crystal wrapped in a flickering substance appeared beside him and Helibal. It was the legendary metal that sealed a large amount of Poseidon's divine power, Alihar steel. When she felt the power emanating from the crystal, Helibal instinctively had the urge to devour it. Seito, who vaguely sensed Helibal's impulse, did not waste any time. He smiled and pointed at the crystal beside him. The next moment there was a crisp crack. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal. Immediately after, the violent energy sealed within began to erupt, and the entire crystal exploded into pieces with a pop. "Absorb with all your might," Seito reminded in a deep voice as he waved his hand to set up a restriction in the surrounding space and trap the Poseidon's divine power that gushed out from the exploded Alihar steel. Helibal, who was filled with hunger for this energy, did not hesitate and immediately began to circulate the power in her body instinctively. In an instant the entire space shook. Helibal's body was like a bottomless black hole, sucking in the surrounding energy in large mouthfuls. Seito did not disturb her. Instead, he silently watched everything in front of him as he thought to himself at the same time. Looks like after devouring the power of Poseidon's divine soul, Hellebel can skillfully manipulate and absorb the Poseidon's divine power refined from the small universe even if she doesn't master something like the small universe. A moment later, the surrounding air shook again. Hellebel, who had absorbed all of the Poseidon's divine power, stopped. However, her condition seemed to be a little unstable. Waves of powerful Poseidon's divine aura would emanate from her body from time to time. Looks like you need to concentrate on cultivating for a while before you can receive the other thing, Seito said. Yes, Hellebel replied softly. Sigh. I was a little too hasty. Forget it, I'll send you back now, Seito said regretfully as he let go of Hellebel. The latter stood up and backed away from Seito. It's a little rushed today. After you've finished cultivating, we'll finish what we're going to do today, Seito said with a chuckle as he waved his hand and conjured a set of Las Noches clothes and handed it to Hellebel. Since she had evolved into a god, the memories of the human souls she had devoured in the past had all emerged in her mind. They were refiltered, organized, and absorbed to form Hellebel's unique consciousness and memories. Therefore, Hellebel, who had a complete understanding of certain things about humans, naturally knew what Seito was talking about. However, due to the influence of some emotions that had awakened, she did not know how to answer at the moment. She could only silently take the white clothes and put them on silently. Seeing this, Seito smiled and did not say anything. He waved his hand and took out a set of beige casual clothes from his house to put them on. Then, he activated his power and brought Hellebel, who was also dressed, back to Las Noches Palace. Cultivate well. I look forward to the next time we meet, Seito said with a smile as he looked at Hellebel. Then, without waiting for her answer, he disappeared from Hellebel's eyes in a flash. Almost the moment he disappeared, accompanied by a slight sound of breaking through the air, 3 figures appeared in Las Noches Palace. They were Hellebel's subordinates, Apache, Mia Ross, and Sunday through Sunday Lord Hellebel, the 3 of them said with an anxious expression full of concern. On the other side, Seito, who had distributed almost all the souls and divine bodies, appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. How long did it take me this time? Seito asked softly. 3 years, 7 months, and 15 days. It actually took more than 3 years. Seito, who got the answer, frowned and thought to himself, plus the time spent by Kurenai, Uchiha, Toiya, and Lisan. I didn't expect that nearly 10 years had passed without me noticing. Seito sighed helplessly. Then, with a serious expression, he thought to himself, anyway, it's been so long, it doesn't matter if I stay in this world for 1 or 2 more years. After thinking about it, Seito turned his palm, and a sacred cabinet with Athena's talisman on it appeared in his palm. Then, with a slight movement of his palm, he tore off Athena's talisman and opened the lid of the sacred cabinet. In a split second, a soul wrapped in pitch-black armor emerged from the pitch-black virtual dial. Only its upper body was visible from the pitch-black virtual dial. Its abdomen and the surface of the dial were covered with runes written in the Greek language of Kairos, which were written in dark red Greek characters. This soul was the unrecorded divine soul of the god of time, Kailos. Then, without giving him any chance to resist, Seito directly summoned the mystic fire from the void, which could refine all things, and formed a fireball to wrap him in the middle, refining Kailos. Immediately, Kailos's miserable howl rang out from within the central profound flame. Let me go. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to do anything for you. Then, Kailos's terrified pleas for mercy rang out. Not interested, Seito said coldly. Then, no matter how much Kailos shouted, he ignored him. Ah! I curse you to be punished by the gods. My soul will be cast into the abyss and suffer endless torment. After a short while, Kylos, who had entered the final moments of his life, cursed loudly with a voice filled with madness. Then, the mystic fire disappeared, and a formless ball of energy appeared. Even if it was just standing there, it would flicker in and out of existence, as if it was an indeterminate and formless time. Cursing me? Let me devour you first and contribute to my path of advancement. Saito sneered. Then, he bent his legs and sat down in the void, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. With a thought, he pulled over the ball of energy refined by Kylos and began his cultivation. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.